Welcome, connoisseurs of fine common cardboard. Thanks for joining us today. We're going to be with you shortly. Thank you. And here we go. Hello and good evening. Welcome, connoisseurs of fine common cardboard, to today's live stream, Livaan plus Sword Coast Sailor. Super glad to see everyone who's in chat right now. Thanks for joining us. Got an exciting stream today. Unfortunately, we had a couple of folks I wasn't able to bring on today who have experience with this commander, but luckily, your host here has a lot of experience playing Kiln Fiend. I've played Hot Dogs, also known as Izzet Blitz, for a long time, going back to pre-Blue Tuesday, which was the day that Gush and Daze got banned in 60 card Pauper, which was a good thing. They were quite oppressive in the other decks that were abusing them, like Tireless Tribe kind of died for the sins of the Fairies decks and the Delver decks. But ultimately, I've been playing this archetype of sort of a one-shot kill OTK kind of thing for a long time. I've got some thoughts and ideas about how to take this particular commander and this particular strategy to another level. And we're going to explore some of the ways that we might do that with a little presentation I have. These streams in going on in the future are going to have little presentations like this where we kind of go through my thinking before we go through the deck, so we can visually see, you can auditorily hear it, and pair those things together to see with kind of where I'm intending to go with the build. So yeah, sound off in chat if the audio is coming through. You'll also notice too, I don't have any music going on for the stream. We just hit YouTube partner on the channel a couple days ago, so very excited about that. And with it came the ability to monetize elements of the channel so that we can start to get a little bit of revenue for all the time and work that we put into this great community content. And so what comes with that is we have to be very careful about what music we play on stream. I also read a little article by Jeff Hoagland. If you haven't watched his channel before, he's an amazing streamer. Does a lot of variety stuff, a longtime Magic player, SCG grinder in the sort of East Coast Philadelphia area. And he wrote an article about why you shouldn't have music on your live streams. And it really clicked with me. I really like drum and bass. I really like electronic music, but not you might not. And if my stream has that there's no way for you to parse that out and listen to your own music while I'm doing it. So there won't be any music on the stream from here on out, maybe in the intro stream when we're doing the little waiting lobby. But other than that, it'll just be whatever music you want to listen to while you're here. So we're going to get started. And as folks trickle in, they can kind of catch up, and we'll kind of go from there. So the first thing I want to do is go about covering the sort of why of the deck and some of the fundamental deck building incentives that we have when it comes to Livaan Sword Coast Sailor. This is another one of those Commander Legends, Baldur's Gate commanders that was greatly overlooked when it came out because Abdel had that scent of World Gorger Dragon, and everything else kind of just looked like it wasn't good. There were elements of the uncommon backgrounds that didn't um, look good. One of them was the if no player has more life than that player clause that you see on a lot of the more aggressive backgrounds, like Hardy Outlander, probably what is it, Agent of Shadow Thieves, Sword Coast Sailor, I believe maybe even I don't think Tavern. I think Tavern Brawler, you just exile cards off the top, and that one's a common. But the ones you can play in the command zone at uncommon have some serious limitations to them. And because of that, I think a lot of people wrote them off and wrote off the commanders that you could pair with them. But there is so much good stuff here to exploit, and so we're not gonna leave this one in the dust. This is one of many commander combinations from Commander Legends Baldur's Gate Battle for Baldur's Gate that needs attention. And if you enjoy playing Crimson Blitz or Red Blitz or Suicide Red or Hot Dogs or any of this sort of archetype in any of the formats, I know this is a very popular archetype in Modern. It doesn't really see as much play in Pauper anymore. It really relied on the free spells, but there are mono red versions of it that have kind of taken the throne. I'm not certain that the archetype. It's a bit of a toss up in terms of what makes the most sense. Having Delver in the deck is really important, but you also don't want to play too many duels. Your mana requirements are kind of complex, and so you do want to play turn one Delver, but you're often going to have tap lands, and so Delver also wants to play along Brainstorm, and Brainstorm can kind of be a complicated card in a format where your fetches are coming into play tapped in a deck where you want to have a lot of mana and kill people with protection up. So if you enjoy those decks and you haven't able to get your rocks off for the cheap, this is one way we're going to do it. So let's talk about Livaan Sword Coast Sailor. The first thing we want to talk about in terms of what's appealing here is that Livaan does something that these other turbo prowess spellslinger decks don't do, and that is it triggers off of non-creature spells. So this is actual prowess, but it's not adding to our toughness, and it's adding it based on the mana value. So that's a really big element of what appeals to me about this. It allows us to be much more dynamic. It means that essentially everything in our deck is going to trigger Livaan, which is really good. So we can build pretty deep around Livaan in that regard. The second thing is that it can target any creature. Okay, and let that sink in. You could cast spells to buff up your opponent's creatures when they're attacking other people. And if you think about the value of like goad in the format, for example, it's twofold. It's one that the creature isn't coming at you, but it's going at your opponent. And so essentially you're having your opponent do the work for you or contribute to the work you're doing by goading big creatures or threatening creatures or evasive creatures to go elsewhere. And what Livaan is doing is it's allowing us to pump up those creatures. We can mess with combat math. We can use our spells as removal. And that's actually something I hadn't really thought about just a moment ago there. A lot of people are going to forget that this creature can do this. But you imagine that there's like, you just kind of let everybody know, like, I can mess with combat math. And then when people know that, they can send in their creatures and we can decide to help them. We could cast, maybe like a Consider, or we could cast, like a Snapback to like bounce things and buff things. And so that's really powerful. It reminds me a little bit of Seed Cradle Witch, where I've played games, Seed Cradle Witch is not making infinite mana, but they're making enough mana that they functionally only have to tap one mana to untap something and give it +3/+0. And so they like tap 9 and give something, 9 times 3 is 27, +27 on a Mole Drifter. And then you just die in combat to somebody else's creature, or your opponent dies to somebody else's creature based on our activation. So that's pretty exciting, especially in a deck like this where our free spells are pretty powerful. So the next one is that Livaan is off of mana value. And this is so disgusting because this is going to play well with Rebound. It's going to play well with anything that is discounted in the graveyard when we recast it. Think something like Deep Analysis, where you can later on pay 2 mana out of the graveyard to give something +4/+0 while drawing cards. There's also other things we can do, like with Delve, or any other mana cheapening, mana discounting effects. So that's really powerful. I have, as I wrote in the description of this video, I've played games where I have just outright died to some pretty ridiculous stuff. What's up, Noyark? How you doing, dude? Yeah, we can get you in here. I'm gonna add you into here. I'll hop in. I'll hop in Discord, and we'll add you in there. Let's see. Oh, he's in recording booth. There we go. Can you hear me, Noyark? Check, check, check. I don't think they can hear you just yet. I'm going to have to work with my audio, but I'm going to clue you in just a moment here when I finish this little introduction, okay? Cool. I'm going to just mute you up, and yeah, we'll come back to you in a sec. Sweet. We got a little second for our stream tonight. So, okay. So yeah, mana value, this is massive. The next thing is that one of the issues you get in a sort of in a deck like this is that sometimes you have all of these ways to pump your creature up, but no way to get through, right? You need your slip through space, you need your distortion strike, your Temur battle rage, those type of effects, maybe a crash through. And in this deck, for our commander at least, we just have unblockability. And so what this means is that we can potentially like completely ignore a player, focusing on another player. Say there's two really threatening people at the table. We can focus really hard on one player to try and eliminate them from the game, which is often what an aggro deck wants to do. They want to take a single player out of the game to manage the situation so that they're not running into as much interaction. Less interaction, more likely to win the game, or to not die, and more likely to win the game. So with this commander having this form of unblockability, we can deploy the Sword Coast Sailor along with a single Delve spell and any double strike spell. And for somewhere along the lines of like 2 to 5 mana, we can outright kill somebody on the spot with Livaan. If you imagine that we go float two mountains, Fire Blast, Sword Coast Sailor, Assault Strobe, dead. Kill a player who's like at full life total, doesn't like you just kill them. And so I think one of the strategic things we're going to be wanting to look for in this deck is how do we pick our targets based on where everybody else is going, because we want to always be most efficient with our commander damage. And commander damage isn't the one strategy in this deck, but it's something to be aware of, that like there are going to be moments where it might be easy to forget that we can just kill someone with Livaan, because our primary strategy isn't building around buffing Livaan, but it's a thing we can do. And number 5 is that it's Izzet. These are the traditional colors for Izzet Blitz, for Izzet, yeah, obviously for Izzet Blitz. And being in these colors is great. You get some of the most fantastic free spells. You get Burn, which is very relevant. You get Pingers. You're going to get Hexproof, which is really important. If you're in black, all of the Undying effects and things that like bring it back from the graveyard, these effects, they take you out of combat. And so having blue for Hexproof is massive. Having blue for Delve is massive. Having blue for a small amount of counter spells is going to be important. The free spells that you get in blue too, like the snapbacks, and we could even be playing snap in here. We might want to do that. Is great. And then for red, we've got the direct damage, we've got the pingers, we've got token makers, all this stuff. This is really the colors we want to be. Now, when we're thinking about the design heuristics of this deck, there are a few things that really like came to mind right from the get-go. The first one is that because it's non-creature spells, we can play mana rocks. And the importance of the mana rocks is A, they're an early play, but B, if we really wanted to make sure we curved out in this deck, we would have to play more kind of like Bird Horse, for example, which is Essior and Kelith paired together. Essior is the bird that grants ward. Kelith is the horse. Whenever you attack, all of your commanders get a +1/+1 counter. And so it's like in those decks, you actually play quite a few lands, like 39. You probably have around 40 mana sources, and you're not playing any rocks because you just want to play turn 2 bird, turn 3 horse with protection, and then do your thing. In this case, the rocks mean that later on, instead of only having lands, we have rocks, and the rocks are going to pump up are going to pump up our stuff, which is really awesome. So instead of having dead draws later on, we're going to have live draws, and that's a good thing for us ultimately. So there's a couple of them. I don't know whether we want to dip into anything beyond 2 mana. There's one other we could look into, like uh, oh shoot, I'm forgetting the name. It's Prismatic Lens, which is the 2 mana rock. You can tap it to make a colorless, or you can tap it and 1 to filter your mana. I don't think we're going to be excited to filter our mana, but if we did want more mana rocks to get to like 7, and that's kind of a sweet spot, 7, then we could do that. But these are the ones that kind of look good to me. We really do want them to make a color. That's pretty important. Izzet Blitz decks, these sort of hot dog, turbo prowess type decks, really do want to have all of their pips. This is really important. So yeah, the mana rocks are going to help so that later on, instead of drawing lands, we're going to draw things that pump, which is good. The second one is token makers. And for those of you that have seen my video on Balmor Battle Mage, you'll see a similar heuristic here, which is that the token generators do so much for this deck, and it's going to define a lot of our play style. And this is where my build might differ from other people's approaches to this, is that I'm not really focusing so much on prowess or even turbo prowess. I do have a couple of those. I think it's much stronger, in fact, to not be so heavily reliant on a single threat, which is, if it's not Livaan, it's not likely to end the game in one shot. There are ways we could, if you play like Kiln Fiend, and say we have enough mana to go Treasure Cruise, Gush, TBR, somebody's going to die. But I think that building towards that kind of strategy is very vulnerable. I have been blown out so many times by trying to get that extra spell cast to try and produce lethal on somebody, and then losing my creature to like a snuff out, or a cheap interaction spell like cast down, or even like a disfigure, things like that, in 60 card Pauper. And so what we're going to be looking to do here is to go wide, produce a lot of threats, and then buff them up so that our opponents are producing like an enormous load of cognitive dissonance in their brain about what to do. Because when you have a dragon fodder, not only did it trigger your Tiamat, your Livaan, to pump something up, but it's producing 2 bodies. And when somebody has to spend a full card to kill half of a card, it feels really bad. And a lot of times people won't do it. It's also going to act as removal a lot of times because people are going to block our dudes. We can buff them up to like kill things, so we won't need to play as much removal in the deck because of that. So in general, this is going to be almost like a strong form of card advantage, because we don't need every card to be a Kiln Fiend in this deck for us to hit really, really hard. And that's kind of in the name. Izzet Brawler? And this is something I've done in the past too, is building more around like, I'm going to apply pressure over and over and over again with a diverse array of threats, and I'm going to keep asking that question instead of building around like the 12 threats in a 16 card or a 60 card deck, or maybe like 20 threats in a 100 card deck. We're going to have creatures that produce lots of bodies. So these are some of the premier ones I think about. Dragon Fodder, Krenko's Command, Forbidden Friendship are kind of the trifecta when it comes to that. We could consider playing more of the 2 mana ones like Mog War Marshal or something along those lines. But I think that the fact that these all are non-creature spells that make creatures is really premium. Goblin Wizardry is amazing. Empty the Warrens is often going to be like 6 creatures. Goblin War Party has that modality of giving +1/+1 in haste and Molten Birth, which oftentimes will just be a repetitive 3 mana buff that's going to make 2/2s. So there's one other one that just came out that was not Mishra's Juggernaut, but Mishra's Onslaught, which is an instant speed, make 2 artifact creature tokens, or you can give +1/+1 and something else I can't remember, but you choose one of those. It's not very good on rate, but it's flexible and it makes bodies at instant speed. So we might look into that too. The third one is we're going to be looking at, oh, look at this. this tile here has some cards that are no longer relevant to this particular part of the discussion. So ignore the pictures there. But one thing I do want to look at, and I don't have this in the list right now, but it's cheap evasive ETB creatures. And if those of you who sat in on the Rilsa build, Rilsa Rail Kingpin, you'll see that I've shifted over that deck to playing creatures that just give us something right away. Alternatively, you could also play creatures that are going to give you something when they die. And although the ETBs are better, and then focusing really on efficiency, because Rilsa, similar to Livaan, doesn't care how big the creatures are. They don't need to be Kiln Fiend or Nivix Cyclops or Wee Dragonauts or G2 Amplifier to be strong threats. Those are good threats, but they can just be 1/1s. And then Livaan makes them dangerous. So it's a more commander centric approach, which is a different strategy. It does make Livaan more important and more important to protect Livaan in that case. But that's kind of what I'm thinking here. So this might be cards like Jessian Thief, which is a 3-mana 1/3 with prowess. Whenever you deal combat damage to a player, you're going to draw a card. Something along those lines, or like Thalico Seer, which is a 1/1 shadow that's going to draw a card when it leaves the battlefield. You could play. There's a number. Basically, we want to be looking at that sort of ETB value. The other thing is we want them to be evasive if at all possible, and that's more important that here than it is in Rilsa, because in Rilsa she's granting Death Touch, and that acts a lot of times like a form of unblockability. And if you really just need to get into like ninjutsu your stuff, then you could just swing at somebody who's more open. Somebody who has like a 4/4 in play isn't going to block your 1/1 virus beetle that has Death Touch. And so that allows us to start doing those things. However, here, evasion is much more important, because then our opponents start having to think, wow, do I actually need to cast down on a 1/1 flyer that just got +7/+0 or +8/+0 because of some stupid free spell that they just cast? And that's a good sort of like cognitive dissonance to apply to our opponents. Okay, one of the last categories here is Turbo Prowess. The classics are Kiln Fiend and Nivix Cyclops. There aren't a lot of creatures in the game that do this, where whenever you cast an instant or a sorcery spell, you get +3/+0 until end of turn. Classics, oftentimes played alongside Delver and things of that nature. Most recently, we have Festival Crasher, we have G2 Amplifier. There's even a new dwarf that has Prowess and Ward 2. It's Ward, pay 2 life. But I was reminded by a friend of mine, Brew Bear, who, if you haven't checked out his lists on Moxfield, you really should. He's a really excellent deck builder in my area here in Washington. He was mentioning the Infect creatures, and Infect is like triple prowess in this format. It's really, really good. And so there are two creatures that stood out to me there. One of them is Blighted Agent. This is the better of them. This is like arbitrarily easy to produce 10 damage on a Blighted Agent. We go like Assault Strobe, sack 2 lands, Fire Blast somebody. Or I guess, yeah, Fire Blast would work. Yeah, we give it +6/+0, Assault Strobe, you're dead. And all this while, we've got mana up. And I'm totally happy to sack lands in this deck if it means killing a player. Like, that's really worth it, especially with something like Blighted Agent, where potentially you could do this on like turn 4. Ichor Claw Mirror, I think, gets the pass in this case because it can actually attack in combat. It's kind of a 3/3 in combat. And then when somebody doesn't have a blocker, we can just annihilate them. So now the next one, and this kind of goes against the Infect creatures, but it's the Pingers. And I'm going to have to like look into sort of which ones here we want to be playing. But I think that at the very least, Firebrand Archer, Thermo Alchemist, Flame Breather, Impact Tremors, and Raid Bombardment. I'm not sure about Witty Roastmaster because it is it's actually a 3/2. That's actually better than I thought. Huh. Okay, yeah. So I think all of these probably go in. These are just cards that produce a lot of damage, and as an aggro deck, we do want to kill the table, and eventually, and we need to be able to like push through to being able to kill the table. And the way we're going to do that is by producing damage that hits everyone. These are just amazing cards. The deck, I think when I last looked, had like only 16 actual creatures in it. So that means that if you were to say like 34 lands, if you're just guess 34 lands, plus 16 creatures, you're looking at like approximately 40, like a high 40s in terms of instants and sorceries in the deck. I think that's right. Yeah, probably around 50 instants and sorceries. And so, yeah, we're just going to get a ton of value. And then the fact that a lot of these are spells that also produce bodies, you know, that's great with Impact Tremors. If Impact Tremors converts to even just let's say it converts to 6 damage, or let's see, 3 damage to each player. That's 2 mana, deal 9, which is very on rate. And the fact is, it also comes in and it's going to buff off of Livaan. So it's like the floor is pretty high on Impact Tremors. Witty Roastmaster a little less so, but it is a body, and I kind of like that. So we'll just have to see. Witty Roastmaster might not make it because I don't think I'm going to want to attack with it, and that feels bad to not have something I can attack with. But now Raid Bombardment's the other one. It's kind of covered up there, so I'll read the text for you. Whenever you attack with a creature that has power 2 or less, you deal 1 damage to a player or planeswalker that defending player controls. So what this is going to allow us to do is attack with all of our dumb 1/1s, and then you get a trigger for the damage. And then after we've done that, we can buff them up and make them big. So pretty sick. The only one here also is Thermo Alchemist doesn't attack, but Thermo Alchemist, like this pinger ability is so strong that I think that it's okay. Like we can't attack with Kessig or Fire Archer, really. So maybe that's just fine that we can't attack with Witty Roastmaster. These just deal so much damage that it's probably worth. And this is not number 4, this is number 6, but this is Double Strike, which I didn't edit this in, but yeah, Temur Battle Rage, Assault Strobe, Raking Claws, potentially Uncaged Fury. There's a variety of different options. So anyways, that is the end of this little introduction here. So let's go and I'm going to see if I can get Noyark on here, who's going to co-host with me. Let me see if I can, am I able to bring him in? Let's see. Okay. This is going to just take a quick moment here. All right. And I need to turn off my music here so that I don't get a DCA strike. Noyark, can you talk for me?
Testing.
Hey, there he is. How you doing, dude?
My brain's fried, but I'm here for it.
Excellent. Most excellent indeed. For those of you that don't know, Noyark is one of the members of our community. He's a prolific deck builder. He's responsible for Aethersworn Sphinx, one of the scarier decks that I have played against in recent times. And he's also the our first patron for the channel. So yeah, welcome, dude. Glad to have you here, and I'm glad that you were able to make it. I know you had a busy day doing school related stuff for your professor, so I'm stoked we were able to nab you.
Yeah, let's just be clear. This wasn't me just popping into chat saying, "Hey, put me in there." We did talk about me
Yes.
potentially hopping on this
Yeah.
stream.
Yeah. Exactly.
Uh,
Yes.
I
This was all
got I
part of the
got
plan.
two I got 2 words for you.
Yes.
Gravatic punch.
Yeah, Gravatic Punch is a great idea. So for those of you that don't know, and let me, I gotta kind of, I've done a little bit of a different thing with my interface here. So let me pull this up here. Gravitic Punch is a flash, or not flash, it's Jumpstart card. For 4 mana, you deal damage equal to the power of target creature to target player. So this card has seen some fringe play in Crackling Drake, because you can hit somebody with a Crackling Drake and then Gravitic Punch, and kill the table, which is powerful. So definitely an interesting idea. We can throw this in considering. When we were talking about this list, you sort of, and I didn't actually get a chance to look at the list you sent me, but you suggested you had an idea about how to approach this. How does that idea, now that you've seen kind of what I had in mind, how does that blend with what you're thinking?
I'm a little bit. I mean, I'll just put this on the front we'll put this on the back burner for now. When it comes down to making cuts, I'll be talking about this again. But I'm a little wary about some of the pingers. I
Yep.
think some of them are good, some of them are bad, and that it's going to end up being a trap to want to play all of them.
Hmm.
But when you were going over some of your token generation, right? Like these instants and sorceries that um, create things, create bodies to attack with while also buffing your board. There were ones that weren't mentioned that I think are 100% playable in the
Hmm.
list.
Okay.
Hold on, I'm going through my list right now. I got to find my threats pile. Uh, I'm talking about cards like Serpentine
Yep.
Curve,
Yep.
Elemental Summoning, Flurry of Horns, and here's a big one, Dwarven Reinforcements.
Yep, Dwarven
And
Reinforcements is also another one that I looked into. Um, and part of this is great that you're here because part of I think what we're going to be looking into Flurry of Horns is the other one. Yeah, is that like it's possible that as a design heuristic, we don't want to play very many creatures at all that aren't an instant or sorcery, right? Like that could very well be like where we
but
want
here's
to be
the
with the deck. Like maybe we want to really focus on only the most like threatening of creatures and important of creatures. I'm not so sure that the pingers, the three instant or sorcery pingers are a trap. It's possible that the impact tremors is the only reason I thought about the impact tremors and the raid bombardment is that these cards offer so much reach while also triggering our commander. And a lot of times, what these aggro decks need is a way to punch through in that late game with like the stupidest stuff. You just have like a board full of creatures, and you're like, swing, take six, before you even set up blocks.
I
So
like Impact Tremors more than I like Firebrand Archer, actually. But
yeah,
we can get a there's something special about this Dwarven Reinforcements, and this was another thing. There's not a lot of good spells that we want
haste.
to play that can do this, but Foretell is mana cheating in
Yep,
a way.
yep,
Like that is +4 if you suspend it on a turn beforehand, like
yep.
before you want to go big. It's 2 mana for 4 mana's worth of buffs, which
Yeah,
is kind of a big deal.
yeah, for sure. I want to mention
Oh, and
too.
hard
I
evidence.
Oh, hard evidence. Yeah, that's an interesting one too. I want to mention too. I see there's a bunch of chat here, and I've got a little issue with my chat interface right now. I'm not really sure what the deal is here. It was only showing it, so I didn't see a lot of your chat. So I know you guys were talking there, but I wasn't able to see it. So sorry about that. We said Sarah Zendiza mentioned honorable mentions. Suspend spells are incredibly strong setup tools and baits. We'll take a look at the suspend cards. Chris Jackson, welcome to chat. Said, I've only ever seen that in Dargo builds. It's funny here. Which one is that you were mentioning, Chris? I think it must have been time synced off. You probably mentioned the card and then I was
I think it was
blowing by it.
Gravatic Punch.
Gravatic Punch, yeah. And then Kunk saying, building with Gator Bait TV scheduled. I think we should do it. Yeah, we got to get Gator Bait in here and do a build with him. And then Anthony Canese saying, Terror looks at home. Absolutely. Yeah, I think Talarian Terror is going to be fantastic. It's just going to be Gurmag Angler and we'll
Oh,
be we'll be very happy about that.
shoot, Ojutai summons. I forgot.
Ojutai summons.
It's got rebound.
This one's pretty expensive, isn't it? This one,
Well, yeah,
uh,
but like
and they're flying,
that's
which is good.
that's
But
what the
that's
deck do.
+5 plus. And this is okay. So
It's
this is
twice.
the interesting thing about this deck, and we might end up doing 2 iterations of this deck. So we will want to like move through these quickly. But there's like a whole other angle to this deck, which I'm really compelled by, which is to basically build it like with some quite a bit of ramp. Um, I like the idea of applying a little bit of the big blue philosophy here, which involves a little bit of like slimming down on lands, not too much, but maybe like 33, and then playing a lot more rocks, knowing that all of the rocks are live draws to pump our team. And then what that opens up is the ability to play something like Ojutai Summons, where yeah, this is like a 2/2 with flying that gives +5/+0, and then a 2/2 with flying that gives +5/+0. And the same with Ochidai's Breath. Anything with rebound is going to be really appealing to us. So that'll be something to keep in mind as we build out this deck. Like if we were to do something with a lot of mana rocks, we're looking at like maybe 15 or something. Um, that's pretty interesting.
I also so the other weird thing that I talked about, and I don't know if it's gonna fit in with where we're going, um, was my whole deal was I was gonna put in this very cheap equipment package and just
Hmm.
treat equipment like they were buff spells,
Yep.
like,
Like bone splitter
but
type stuff.
also, like a bone splitter equips for 1 and gives it +2/+0, and if you're running enough tokens, like, okay, you killed my token, I'm gonna put the bone splitter over here,
Yep.
or I've got Flare Husk because it's also a creature that buffs things when you cast it, kind of like a
Yeah.
really weird 1 mana dragon
I
fodder.
like how Bone
Um,
Splitter is this is where we, if we sort of escape the idea that we need to play buff spells, and we realize that Bone Splitter is doing the same thing as what Livaan does, right? It's just passively because it's only 1 mana to equip. It's just passively making our small things big. And that's really good. It's kind of like in Witherbloom, I've been experimenting with playing cards like Vampire Spawn, where it's a 2/3 creature, it drains everybody for 2, you gain 2, and that's no different from just casting 2 instants and sorceries with Witherbloom Apprentice out. So it's achieving the same function, but it's producing a body instead of some other effect. So I like Bone Splitter here. That's another interesting idea.
and the rest of that package, it was trying to make, um I was experimenting with Trinket Mage because, like, hey, this is a body that draws a
Hmm.
spell, but it doesn't just
Yep.
draw a spell, it draws something you want, and the best thing I could throw together in terms of aggressively using Trinket Mage was trying to run enough of these 1 and sometimes 2 mana artifacts to make something like Golem Skin Gauntlets work. Now, I don't know if this is actually going to end up working in the deck, but the reason that I kind of leaned into it was because I wanted to be able to cast things like Thoughtcast,
Oh,
relatively easily.
interesting.
Uh,
And with Thoughtcast, that's going to demand that we play a lot more mana rocks, which is not wrong.
yeah.
I
Or just equipment. I was trying to do
yeah,
it with equipment.
I think that there's something. Okay, so let's commit early on to something that might be slightly different from the presentation, the little intro that I did there.
Well,
Um,
I'm just throwing ideas out
no,
there,
no,
like,
this is
he asked me what I was,
this is
because
where
we
I
can
want to
stick a
go.
little bit
Yeah,
heavier to what you're on to,
I
because
like it. I've like even ramping a little bit more takes us into the dwarven reinforcements and the flurry of horns and the Ojutai summons. And what's important about this too, and why it's calling me is that like all of your draws are live, and furthermore, we're never gonna get locked out of Livaan. And my concern with Livaan, if you build it so that you are relying more heavily on Livaan, is that people will just focus on killing Livaan because not only does it turn off our background, but it all like basically it's like a weird form of like card disadvantage because we like our spell that we cast is no longer working if Livaan dies. But it means that we can just cast and recast and cast and recast Livaan over and over again, which also makes cards like Opal Palace and Study Hall really good. And a deck like this that can grind is really important in an aggro deck. Some of the patterns I've been seeing with some aggro decks in the format is that they can kind of kill one person or they can kill one person and then they get kind of shut down by the other two players. And it leads to some like strange king making problems where you like can't really close the game out, but you can like threaten to hurt people really bad and it's not winning you the game. Whereas like this deck, I do want to be able to really effectively close out the game and then rely on the fact that eventually we'll hit cards like Deep Analysis, we'll hit. We could even play Shared Discovery in this deck, although it takes us at taps around stuff, so we can't attack. But like big card advantage spells that we can play very efficiently to like recover us, so that we can like push through that last bit of damage. So yeah, Trinket Mage looks great
let's,
here.
let's throw, like, our obvious includes in there,
Yep.
like,
So then
the Blood for the Blood God, Assault
yeah,
Strobe, Raking
yeah,
Claws,
yeah,
Temur Battle Rage, Uncaged Fury, and then, like, those huge prowess creatures like the Nivik
yep,
Cyclops and
yep. I
all
think
those guys.
what we're gonna do here, and you'll be able to. Are you able to see my stream on Discord right now?
Um, I was just watching on the normal one so I could watch,
Okay.
chat as,
Yeah,
but
yeah. So you'll be able to see. I just brought it over into Discord so that you can see live what's going on there. I know you won't be able to see chat this way, but yeah. So this is what we've got here. Chat's able to see this in considering. The other option too is the link is for the deck is in the description too. So we got Raking Claws as well. So
And
these
if
are
you
like our
want,
bread. These are bread and butter. One of the
I'll
real.
send you what
Mhm.
my list again if you
Okay,
want to
cool.
pull it up.
Yeah,
'Cause
we
I've got
may.
it all like typed and tagged out,
Okay.
including a whole list of things that are potentially cuttable.
Yep.
And most of this we can just kind of look at it like an idea
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
go over.
So the
Yeah.
cards here, these double strike spells are so premium in this deck because they because with almost virtually any medium cost spell or large cost spell, forgot God forbid, you can kill a player. Let me just do like a basic math on this one. If you go, you could do. Let me think about one, two. Yeah, so if you go Flurry of Horns into Temur Battle Rage on Livaan, that's lethal. If you go Uncaged Fury with Deep Analysis on Livaan, that's lethal. If you go Assault Strobe plus Free Cast or plus Treasure Cruise, that's lethal. And one of the things I'm really excited about in this is I want the ability to threaten to just eliminate a player really, really cheaply with these sorts of triggers. So these double strike spells are incredibly high value and premium in this list. Gator says, "Hey, my bros, that Fire Blast is all the spice." You know what, dude? I think Gator, this is going to be right up your alley. Fire Blast
This
is
is an ode to Gator.
disgusting in this deck. The turns where you just like, yeah, Fire Blast is like you go Assault Strobe, Fire Blast, Livaan, dead. Like, Sword Coast
Hey
Sailor is
Gator, we might
also.
even play foil.
Oh, we
We
will play
might even
foil.
play
I think we're
foil.
going to play foil. Yeah, foil is really good here. Foil sometimes is going to turn one of our like not lethal threats into a lethal threat, and somebody's going to feel really bad that they like tried to kill our stuff at instant speed instead of sorcery. We got True Man's World saying this is a sweet commander. Absolutely, this is very sweet. So, getting into the obvious includes, we've got those ones. Anything else in the combat tricks here? We've got Crash Through, Distortion Strike seems like a good one for interactions with our Turbo Prowess stuff because it has that rebound. I think that one seems like a staple. Um, we've got Downhill Charge, which is okay. I think we can do better than Downhill Charge, though. Ojutai's Breath is really exciting. Tapping down creatures for 2 turns like this doesn't just mean that we're attacking them, it means other people can attack them. And so, pretty interesting in this context. Will of the Naga is another one, like ice 2 creatures for 2 mana and give a +6 plus +6/+0 buff is really powerful. We've got
There's also Ojutai's Breath.
Yep,
In kind of in that same vein.
yep,
It
the
doesn't,
rebound.
it's 3 mana, but it does
Mhm.
rebound, and
Yep.
rebound is kind of like mana cheating.
Yep, I added that one in there too. Some of the other ones here. So yeah, Fire Blast is going in. We covered some of these cards in the video, so I'm going to go through these rapid fire. Mind Collapse is also really good. Free +4/+0, kill something at instant speed during our turn at least. I think Snapback is going to be great too. This is just another way to like pump something up. The card disadvantage is probably okay in this deck. Magmatic Sinkhole, +6/+0, instant speed for 1 mana. We're not going to leave home without Lightning Bolt. Thunderclap is going to be 3+3/+0. I would probably prefer this over Downhill Charge just because it's like actual interaction. We've got, let's see, where are the other ones? I think Gravitic Punch is going to go in. I like this a lot. It's going to give us good reach. Serpentine Curve makes a ton of sense, +4/+0. For those of you who don't know Serpentine Curve, this creates a creature that is green and blue, and it's +X/+0, where X is the number of instants and sorceries in exile or your graveyard. So it's basically like a copy of Crackling Drake in the deck. In terms of creatures, we're definitely going to play Tolarian Terror. I think we'll just go ahead and add all these token generators. What did you think about a Crowan Crusader?
I don't think we targeted enough.
Interesting. So if we did,
Right? Like we would have to be playing a whole bunch of targeted buff spells. Like if we wanted to go a lot more on the aggro front with this deck. Like
Hmm.
it could probably work. I just don't think based on the list that I've brewed or even kind of what you were talking about there that there's not really enough stuff to target it with to really get anywhere. It
Hmm.
seems like a mopey 1/1 as like even more than that, I would play the 1 mana creatures that can tap to give something haste.
Interesting. I feel like the a Crone Crusader, where I like this, is that it's very uncommon that we have a one drop that produces more than one body. And I think that's where the appeal of it is that if we produce two bodies off of a Crone Crusader, that's three bodies for one mana, and that's better than any of the other token generators we have, even though they trigger Livaan. And so there's a potential upside with a Crone Crusader, which is potentially that we just like make bodies for the rest of the game. I mean, it's possible somebody goes and kills it or it dies in combat, but I think there's a good chance that it goes the
Well,
distance in that way. So I'm gonna be kind of watching this one.
yeah, we got to definitely have ways to enable it, right?
Yeah.
Like it is a heroic trigger.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
I did take a look at all of the suspend spells that we had access to. Unfortunately, there are a lot of creatures that don't do much. There are two instants or sorceries. They are both sorceries. One is Rift Bolt
Yeah.
and one is Plunder.
Riftbolt's kind
And
of interesting in a sense, but
yeah,
it's so mopey though. It's like it's a sorcery
yeah.
speed burn spell. You have to play it before you draw your card. Um, I think it's more
No, I
premium.
wouldn't.
What's that?
I wouldn't. I liked the idea, but neither of these suspend spells really look remotely playable.
Yeah. Now the other one I wanted to ask about is We Dragonauts. In terms of turbo prowess stuff, what appeals to me about this is that it has built-in flying. Otherwise, it's like not that exciting to me. As it's not full turbo prowess. It's just kind of like a prowess plus. Um, but this one having flying means that we can just throw like a single buff on it. Maybe we cast like a couple of cantrips or something, and then we give this, a buff up passively, and then it's like a thing that people need to kill. What do you think about that for We Dragonauts because of the flying?
Bloodwater entity more.
You like
I mean, I
Bloodwater
know that
Entity
it gets
more?
a little bit more of a buff, but it's like, if we cast one or two extra spells in a turn, it's an extra like +3/+3, which may
Yeah.
or may not matter. But the Bloodwater entity just comes in and says, I'm gonna put Treasure Cruise back on top of my library, or
That's
I'm gonna
good
put
enough.
Magmatic Sinkhole back
Yeah.
on top of my
Okay.
library, and like that is going to generate more
Yeah,
value.
that's a really good point. I actually hadn't thought about that, but the quality of our spells is incredibly high in this deck. Like putting TBR back on top, putting Uncaged Fury back on top, putting Draconic Lore because the commander is a dragon, or Treasure Cruise. Like those are all good enough, even though it is like a form of like putting you back on cards. If the thing you put on top is good enough, then I think it makes sense. Empty the Warrens becomes way more playable if we're playing more mana sources. Goblin Wizardry is a great token maker. Living Lightning's kind of interesting too. What did you think about that?
I think it should stick in considering right now because
Yeah,
my main view of it is I think that card is definitely playable in this
yeah,
deck. But when it comes to the time that we're sitting around and making cuts, I'm gonna like
yeah. That's
look
going to be one
towards
of them.
that card and be like,
Mhm.
well, I don't know. It's really good, but we've got other stuff going on.
I agree. Yeah. Okay, so we're getting close to the end of like our musts. What did you think about Nurok Stealth Suit and Whisper Silk Cloak? These are pretty appealing to me.
I think that again, so like what I was talking about as well, when I'm like, well, I kind of want to play Thoughtcast just because it's that good. Um,
These play into that.
they play into that, and I think as well, even though it's kind of nice that your protection spell may or may like could buff something on the turn. You could use it as like I'm gonna buff something +1/+0
Yeah, and
instead of
then
just giving
attach.
protection for the kill. But those things are gonna slot in, especially if there's a little bit more mana going
Yep.
on. I'm not looking for big blue levels here, but
Yeah.
they are gonna be better because they are reusable. Um, I hope. I
Yeah.
hope.
I think Nurok
Then
Stealth
like
Suit in
say,
particular is just like pretty
yeah,
amazing here, right? Because we can swap it for one, buff something up, and then send it in, and we can attach the Nurok Stealth Suit at instant speed. So it's pretty cheap to like swap in and out between things so that we can buff things up. And it's eternal protection essentially for whatever we don't want to die. Um,
Can we talk about I've got a pretty strong opinion about this, but we
mhm.
got to talk about fueling delve
Yes, yes.
because if we're going to play delve spells, and one that is not featured here that I think is probably worth considering is Logic Knot. I don't know if I can,
So
is it in
logic
there?
knot, you do know
Yeah.
this. This doesn't. This does not. It does not work with our commander the way you're thinking of it. So delve does not change a spell's mana cost or a mana value. So we're
The value of a delve spell on the stack or an X spell on the stack is equal to X.
it says here, for example, Treasure Cruise's mana value is 8, even if you exiled 3 cards to cast with it. So if you cast Logic Knot, let's see. Wait a second. So wait, does this actually work then?
Yeah, so
So if you pay
um
7 for it, X is 5, then it's plus 5
let's
plus
check
0.
that, but like yeah,
Okay. Okay, then we
the
do want
value of
that.
an
Yeah.
X spell on the stack is X
That's
plus
great.
whatever its
Yeah, oh
cost is.
yeah, no, that makes complete sense for sure. Sorry, I got my kind of my brain wrapped up there in the minutia on that one. So that's really good then. Yeah, we definitely want that. In terms
But
of
when it comes
fueling
to
stuff, we're going to want the Maestros Theater, Terramorphic Expanse, Evolving Wilds,
oh,
Ash
all of them,
Barrens. All of these are like really good. They also are going to like
even off color.
yeah, they're
Cabaret Courtyard,
oh, you think
Broker's
so?
Hideout, the
Okay.
ones that only fetch one of the two colors, just replace a basic with it. Sometimes you have a tap land, that's okay. We really want to have the stuff in the yard
Yeah.
to just do the thing. Like, especially if the goal is I'm gonna pick up like Magical Christmas Land. I'm gonna put Treasure Cruise back on top of my library.
Yeah. We need
Uh,
we need fuel for that. And
and
it's
I
not
would
just that,
also
it's like
run
Will of the Naga. It's there's a lot of things we would want to do, and not having to exile are really good stuff too. Like if we can leave a couple things in there when we go to delve is also going to be good. So I think you're totally right on that. Instead of playing duels, we're going to have a lot of basics and a lot of fetches. So we're looking at Broker's Hideout, you said.
yeah,
Um,
I'm running all of them, including Ash Baron. So like Ash
so,
Barrens,
okay.
Broker's Hideout, Cabaret Courtyard, Maestro's Theater,
Hmm.
Obscura Storefront, Riveteer's Overlook, Terramorphic Expanse.
Oh, Riveter's Overlook too.
Yeah.
Okay. So, want to just catch up on chat real quick? We had a bunch of activity here. We have misdirection may have a place. Let me just take a look at misdirection. Um, Misdirection. I'm not super familiar with this. This might not be legal. Misdirection.
Yeah, I think this one only
No,
has been
this.
printed at rare.
Yeah, only rare, maybe uncommon. Um,
It does have a place,
And Gator
not
says,
here.
I should have been in here helping. Dude, yeah, this deck is definitely up your alley. We'll get you in for another one of these days. Um, he also mentioned doing 2 builds of this would be amazing. I agree. I think that what we're going to do is we're going to focus on this collaborative build between Noyark and I first, because the build that I had is pretty straightforward. It it's not. I guess in some ways it's like coming from like this place of like a lot of experience on my part with with this archetype, but I think that this is a much more inspired approach to be going with some of these other cards that we're looking at here. It's going to give us that longevity to be able to push through, and I think it's going to help define like what it takes for an aggro deck to be really effective at like pushing through to the end of a game in cPDH. So we'll probably come back to different approaches to it, maybe something more all in as well. Um, okay, so we've got like kind of the core stuff in here. What are the other lands that you had? So it'd be City of the Synod. We'd have what's the bridge? So we need Silver Bluff Bridge,
Great Furnace.
Great Furnace, and City of the Synod. And we probably, well, I don't think we can
Nah,
dip into Darksteel Citadel.
nah, can't afford it.
No, yeah, we really like one of the things people will find when they play these is like you really need all of the um
It
you need your colors.
if we're running foil, we gotta put Volatile Fjord and Molten Tributary in
Yep.
there. And then also foil kind of plays into Mystic Sanctuary, and also is it Boiler Works? Like just if you are playing if you are playing or building a mana base for a Pauper EDH deck, you would have to make a very strong argument, at least in my opinion, to not run Karoo lands. Like,
Yep.
they are so good.
Yeah, I think especially in any deck that has blue, that's Mystic Sanctuary. In any deck that has black, it's Mortuary Mire, Witch's Cottage type stuff. If you're in green, then you've got crop rotation. So basically having the ability to crop rotation to put in play, if say you've already used one of those, crop rotation to put in play the Karoo land to return the other one to reuse it on your next turn is really good there too. Zach, what's up, dude? Zach was another person that was kind of on the short list for this build today. Could you want the cantrips that mill just to fill your yard for delve? I'm generally not very bullish on that, but I'm open to the idea of it. I might be more interested in something that that mills as an accident of an already desirable effect, like Winds of Rebuke.
Faithless salvaging.
Huh? Faithless salvaging or looting might be the better way to do that.
The modern age.
The modern age would be another one. And what modern age kind of like the category this falls into is like this thing that got us a bunch of value that's now evasive, and when we pump it up we make it something you have to answer, and it feels awful to kill something that's already gotten its value on like a shit body simply because it's too big not to kill. And I really like creating that cognitive dissonance for my opponents. So I think Modern Age is going to be really good. Although Modern Age does make me want to think about like other, like other threats that we could play that that would do the same. And it's possible that like ETB evasive value producing threats that are cheap are just better than the pingers. In terms of like longevity, because the pingers just die. They also can't really go into combat.
I like the ones that draw cards a lot. Those are all on my list.
Yeah.
There's one more card that I have on my list under that I tagged Fuel Delve that I think is actually like this is worth consider. I would run consider. That one's an instant. It can just surveil something or at least throw it into considering. I don't know if
You're gonna put consider in considering.
I would say let's put consider in considering.
We're considering it, chat.
Electric Revelation. I don't know if this card is worth playing. It is +3/+0. It does have flashback, which is spending more mana than the value that you get out of it. But it is just a spell you can cast. And the deck sure does like doing that.
Yeah. This is an interesting one. So, okay, let's toss it in here. I think this one is one that I'm going to want to come back to. If there are cuts, that'll be like on the list, I think. We also, some of the things that we need to add in here are like cheap protection spells, I think. Like this quadrad here of dive down, Mizium Skin, shore up, and you see a guard approach are all, in my opinion, like auto includes here. I don't think we need to go super deep into protection here because the idea is to be able to cast and recast Livaan and not be like hyper wedded to whether Livaan dies or not. So yeah.
The ones, let's see. I have a area of spells titled Protect the Queen. Let me find that. Here we go. Okay. As far as things that we should use to protect her, dive down is like, in terms of your 1 mana instant speed protection, that's my premium. That is the one that I think is probably the best that we could play.
That one, and I would actually say shore up because of the buff. And then the other one is you see a guard approach tapping things down. I like all three of those.
I have those. I think some of them are cuttable compared to I have like other options.
Mizium Skin could go. But the question is like, and the question is, are we wanting to spend like a card slot and mana to like protect something that we buffed, or do we just, as the Izzet Brawler approach would be, do we just like present big, like buffed up value producing threats over and over and over again until they lose? Right? Like there's an there's a vibe difference there. And the only reason I like these is because I don't think we put these on the threats that we buff. I think we put this on Livaan. And so, because like having a small package, and these are so much better than counter spells in this deck because Livaan is our thing, right? And
Right.
yeah, having the ability to like even even in a turn where say you start out the turn and you're like treasure cruise for 1 and someone says, "Oh my god, this is going to get out of control." And they go and kill your commander so that your you're kind of like sorcery speed on the stack and you can't like cast the other spells in your hand. Being able to go like
Right.
Mizium Skin and be like, "I'm going to keep going now" is good. Because a treasure
I
cruise
agree.
inevitably draws you into all this other stuff and maybe they don't want you to do that. So um yeah.
I like Mizium Skin a little bit more than something like, You See the Guard Approach.
Hmm.
You See the Guard Approach does have this tap a blocker down modality, but,
Why do you like the Mizium skin more? Is the overload what you're looking at?
yeah, mostly just because if I'm there's a lot of times where if I'm gonna, like you swing in and you attack, I would say that the majority of the time, attacking with Livaan might be a mistake just because it puts more pressure on
Yes.
wanting to kill her.
Hmm.
And attacking in with these tokens is just like, here's a big threat coming your way. I'm asking you to use your instant speed removal on it. And deferring like Livaan is obviously the one causing the problems, but right now your problem is this body that I'm
Yeah,
throwing at.
that cognitive dissonance is really important. It's very similar to Nate Diggity's Bruner Battlehammer, where yeah, the Bruner like you don't want to load the Bruner up because then you put all of your eggs in one basket. Satyr Enchanter is the same way. You don't put your Shield of the Oversoul or your Armadillo Cloak on your Satyr Enchanter. You're putting it on other things. You're drawing cards, and then your opponent is like, I don't have that many removal spells, or maybe I only have one. Do I kill the thing that is killing me, or do I kill the thing that is drawing all these cards, which is killing me? And I think that's a really
So
important tension to create in the deck.
yeah,
And I think like the only reason I'm hesitant around cutting any of these is because we're also not going to play a lot of counter spells. And so having a small package like this of like definitively keep Livaan alive in key moments is potentially game winning.
my
Um,
slant is more towards things that do it like repeatedly. So I would say that even though this one's not an instant, but there is Alexi's Cloak, and I would run
yeah,
Alexi's Cloak.
yeah. Lexi's cloak seems great too. I have that in the
Diplomatic Immunity, I would
diplomatic
put that.
immunity. I don't think I want to play, and the reason for that, for those of you who don't know, diplomatic immunity has shroud, and it gives shroud. So once it's on, the only thing that kills you is like an edict or a curfew or something. Um, but Alexi's cloak is different because Alexi's cloak has flash and it gives shroud. What I don't like about diplomatic immunity is that it begs people in this instant to blow you out. And we don't have a lot of ways to stop that. Whereas Alexi's Cloak is a counter spell as well as a permanent, like you can't kill my commander anymore. And because we have tokens, it's almost always going to act as like you can't kill my commander anymore, except for like a Crypt Rats or a Pestilence. So I think that the Alexi's Cloak is great. It does cut off the avenue of our deck where we can kill with Livaan. But I think that's fine.
Yeah, I was
Um,
gonna say, like, the first argument you made is a lot stronger, I think, in my book. Like,
mhm.
the not being able to target Livaan, it's like, like, I drew the Diplomatic Immunity, it's 1 out of 99 cards. I'm playing the game where Livaan sticks in play, and I'm gonna beat you over the head with tokens.
Yes.
Like,
Yes.
the other one that's not being represented here that I think is at least worth considering just because it is also a body, and, like, we do need those, is Elgod Shieldmate.
Yeah.
I
One
like
sec
that
here
one a
before
lot.
we go any further. I just want to check something on my settings here. Make sure everything is okay. Okay, so that can you talk again?
Yeah,
Okay,
test,
there we
test.
go. Interesting. I can't. It's funny. I've been messing with the music settings. When we went back and Clay and I were looking at all of our videos, we realized we weren't able to monetize any like half of them because there were times where the music would like dribble over into something that was not copyright, that was not our copyright to use. And so I can't listen to music because it's picking up on my Discord, and I can't play it for you all for the same reason. So, anyways, I just
Oh,
wanted to check
no.
that. And when you talk, it comes through the same line as it does for me. So, anyways, just wanted to get kind of get that all worked out there. So Alexi's cloak, I think is a good one. Maybe we play that one instead of Mizium skin. But you liked Mizium Skin. Why was it that you liked Mizium Skin more than Dive Down, Shore Up, and you see a guard approach?
Mostly because like I can Mizium Skin to protect well, you can protect more than one thing, and like even if you're just protecting a token, the overload on Mizium Skin isn't a lot to ask, and it does protect Livaan for that turn cycle.
From
It's
something
yeah,
like
and all
a crap, like, because we're talking about going one toughness. So is that with like a pestilence or a crypt rats or something?
no, I mean like so somebody has a removal spell for one thing and a removal spell for another thing, and maybe like Mizium Skin, you can in the middle of people like there can be those turns where you've got a removal spell targeting this thing and then a removal spell targeting this thing or whatever.
Oh, and you can
Like
blank
it
multiple.
can blink more things, and it does also prevent like electrickery, and sometimes something will live through a
Maybe a
uh,
fiery cannonade or a breath
fiery
weapon.
cannonade, those kinds of things.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I hadn't thought about using Mizium Skin as the last interaction, and that actually does increase the stock on it a bit in terms of that. I'm tempted to
It's
just
not
say
much.
we like leave these, and then maybe we just don't have that many counter spells. Maybe our counter spell suite is like Logic Knot, Foil. Um, we could play like Izzet Charm. I think makes sense. Uh,
Yeah,
Dispersal Shield is pretty consistently a counter spell.
I like
For
negate.
negate is, I mean, negate and like dispersal shield is almost always going to be the same as negate, except for things that are like 4 mana. Um, right?
Yeah,
Because
I mean,
disperse, like with Livaan, the tokens don't produce anything, but if we're playing mana rocks too, then dispersal shield will be like prohibit plus kind of. Negate makes a ton of sense. I don't think memory lapse is going to make it. I don't really like this card anyways.
no, I don't. I
This is
I
just
agree with
like
you there.
this is the card you play in combo decks where it doesn't matter that your opponent gets it back, and the splashing colors for a 2 mana counterspell is just that good. It's never really a good argument to say it puts the spell on top of their library because just not a lot of decks in this format actually care about that kind of tempo. A deck like Sailor's Bane might. Um,
Oh, did you cut Spell Eater Wolverine?
no, it's in the deck.
Okay,
I really like this card. Yeah,
I think it's good.
I think
And
this is like
is
very fucked up actually. Like
Molten Monstrosity there
I
too?
don't have
Those are just
Molten
like
Monstrosity. That's a really
I
good
think
recommendation. This is regularly going to be like 1 mana.
yeah, and like I mean, maybe it's 3 mana, whatever. Play like just play again for the Pauper community. Play your 5/5s. I promise you. Just play your 5/5s.
Yeah, there's a lot of there's like this cutoff that you hit in Pauper because of common rarity being what it is, where like 4/4s and 5/5s are just too big. They're too big for most of the things out there. It's kind of why we're seeing initiative being so powerful is because it's regularly taking threats, and with Forge or with Throne of the Dead 3, it's putting it into play as like 5 power, 4 toughness, or even bigger. Like if you're putting like an Undercity Underdark Explorer in and it's like, an 8/6 menace. That's just fucking huge in Pauper and in general. Any common rarity type thing, it's massive. Um, and so, yeah, like this Molten Monstrosity is especially good because there's going to be turns where something gets really big and we're just like, here's my 1 mana 5/5. And it's not going to be expensive to do it. Like you could see like Draconic Lore. Like there's a bit of a combo. You have like a 1/1 goblin in play. You cast Draconic Lore for what? 4.
Yeah.
And you give something +6/+0. And then for 1, you cast Molten Monstrosity. Um, it's just very strong. So I like this. This is a great choice here. And actually, the deck is coming together really well. What we are lacking is all of our ramp. So I think we need to get into that real quick. Let's get our Arcane Signet. Pardon me.
Do we have all the little because I agree the ramp needs to go in, but do we have all of our little dinky like 2 mana flyers that have upside?
I don't
Like
have those
our
in just yet. They don't strike me as core, but I think they're things that I want to look at in terms of like because like what I could see them coming in for is as long as they're drawing a card, like something like Jesse and Thief, for example, they could come in for the pingers. My only worry is that like maybe we have to be really disciplined about the pingers. Maybe Thermo Alchemist doesn't come in because it can't attack. But like none of these can really like Flame Breather can attack. Um, but they just deal so much damage. I mean, like we have currently 15 instants and 24 sorceries, so that's like almost 40 instants and sorceries. So we're probably going to come in at about 40 of them. So 40% of our cards are going to like trigger these. And so the question is like, how much damage does one of these convert in a game? Like, is Firebrand Archer good enough if it deals 9 damage to the board, to the table?
Probably.
Right? And it's cheap, and it's just kind of like happening on trigger. Also, Kessig Flame Breather and Firebrand Archer trigger off of the Sword Coast Sailor, which is nice too. So there is that. They also trigger off of our Mana Rock. So I'm going to say Thermo Alchemist doesn't make it because it's only instants and sorceries. So that like cuts off probably 12 to 15 cards in our deck that don't trigger it, and it doesn't attack.
Yep.
I think Trinket Mage is good. Okay, cool, sweet.
There is another thing I would consider just about those dinky flyers, because yeah, I don't know how good they actually are, but I threw a concentration of them into the list that I built just because I think Winged Words is
Oh
okay
yeah.
to run.
So Winged Words is
It's
like
not a heavily reduced spell, but it does draw 2 cards, and like I'm down for it. I don't want
one,
to gas
two.
myself out trying to kill somebody and then sit there with my thumb up my butt.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things I really want to watch out for in this deck is I do not want to get in the situation where I'm like forced to communicate to everybody that I'm not a threat because I don't have anything in my hand while I have a board. Like I don't want to be in a position where I'm gassed out. And so like we're actually at this sweet spot of like 20 threats right now. This is good. That's a 1/5 of our deck is threats. And so I think what we're looking at now is like the last pieces will probably be like ramp and draw. I don't think Electric Revelation's probably going to make it because it's not actual card advantage.
That's fair.
Um,
Let's just cut it.
oh, you know what? Candlekeep Sage
Uh,
is actually like pretty good in this deck because the commander.
well,
Like if this
I
draws us 3 cards, we're really
that's
happy with it.
I do agree that Candlekeep Sage is generally speaking a really good card. If you've cast Livaan a 3rd time, I don't think you're really on a winning path right now. You're spending a lot of mana for your commander, and the upside of maybe like you draw cards throughout the course of the game, sure, but your commander is not like you're not abusing this card in any way. And really, what it comes down to is can you draw the cards in the moment? It's
Yeah,
better in these like long going control decks, but when you're trying to kill somebody,
this
you
doesn't
need the
draw cards
cards,
right away.
you need them now.
Yeah.
And that card
Oh,
is a very, very slow, better than divination sometimes type card.
keep watch.
And the decks that play flicker spells or play commanders that are able to reduce their mana cost or are worth casting for 9 mana, you know?
Yeah, I
Oh,
agree.
I like Keep Watch. Keep Watch is
Keep
way
Watch is
better.
great here. Yeah, this is awesome. I love the extra mode on Keep Watch too, which is if somebody else attacks somebody else and you just draw cards off of them. I think this is a better card for the deck. It's going to buff up our team in combat. I added Secrets of the Golden City. I think we probably want. It's funny that we don't have like the cantrips in here, but I think this is just like another example of where like I don't know. I like cantrips, like increasingly not finding their way into my decks. But that being said, they do fill the
There's
yard, and I
3
think
people.
yeah, there's 3 people exactly.
There's
Like you're
3 people.
like the
Like,
one spell that
stop
you
it.
get is not nearly as good as like the 3 cards you get off of Secrets of the Golden City. Um,
You know what cantrip is worth running?
hmm.
And I don't even know if it's worth running here, but this is the cantrip I play in Pauper, and I play Striped Riverwinder. That that's the cantrip
Oh
that
my
you should
god, yeah, because it's modal, because it's giving
right?
you like a Yeah, well, I mean, in that case too, just speaking of like modal spells, because that card essentially is like it's very similar to like an adventure card where it says 1 mana draw a card, 7 mana play a 6/5/5 hexproof.
Oh yeah,
Is
let's get some adventures in here.
Yeah, so like adventure. There's also the Sword Coast Serpent is one that I was thinking about. What's the mana value on Sword Coast Serpent?
It's like 7, 6.
Well, but isn't it? Oh, actually, this might be really good. How does adventure work with
I think
mana
the
value?
spell is its own thing.
So let's see if a spell. Let's see. Okay, so an adventure card is a permanent card in every zone. Yep, yep. Ignore its alternative characteristics. For example, when it's in your graveyard. Um, when casting, use the alt. Ignore all of the card's normal characteristics. The color, spell, mana cost, mana value are determined by only those alternative characteristics.
Yeah, okay, so it's
So
2 when
it's
you cast Capsizing Wave.
so they wanted to get around the essentially like split cards where it's like the combined mana value. Okay, so they've dodged that for us. But this is kind of like that in a sense. I don't know that it's necessarily premium here, but like you have like this relevant spell to cast early on or later on, and then you can like cast it as an unblockable 6/6. It's kind of
I kind of
interesting.
even like Young Blue Dragon
Hmm.
here. First of all, it's a dragon, and Draconic Lore does kind of like if we want to reduce the cost on that,
Hmm.
you got to have some dragons.
Hmm.
But this one does like in terms of people who are like, I want to play cantrips. This one cantrips.
Yep, it does. It doesn't go into our graveyard, so we don't get to use it for delve.
Right.
Um,
It
but it
does
is a 3/3.
it's
It's pretty expensive because we pay 2 to get a scry one and draw a card, which is like significantly worse than Serum Visions. And then it's like
oh yeah.
5 mana,
Maybe there
3
should
3
be Mole
flying.
Drifter.
Yeah, Mole Drifter is just better in like almost every way. There's a couple of other ones here though. We have Sea Hag, which is really interesting. We have Queen of Ice actually, which ices something for 2, and
Oh,
then like every time it swings, it ices another thing if it deals combat damage to it.
actually Young Red Dragon is quite good. It creates a treasure token, so this is a 1 mana spell. It is an instant, and it allows you to chain more things together and then turns into a body. So in terms of like trying to cast more spells in one turn, this is probably one of the better just this is our one spell. It just triggers the prowess, it triggers Livaan, it whatever. It does technically reduce the cost by creating the mana, I guess. But the main
Hmm.
thing is that's a 3/2 flyer.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know that these are necessarily premium, but I like that they are like a form of card advantage. They're also bodies. So in the same way that like the tokens are like giving us a trigger and then they're giving us bodies, those things do it all at once, which is quite nice, and they do it very efficiently. Whereas these ones, not so much. If these right here were 6 mana value and 7 mana value and 9 mana value and 8 mana value. If these were like added up, I think they would just be like slam dunks. But because they're not, I don't know that they're necessarily premium, and um, we don't have enough
Slots.
rocks yet in the deck to like justify having this kind of top end um, as it is. So like if we were to think about the most efficient ones here, something like I mean, Queen of Ice is kind of interesting. The ability she has deals combat damage to a creature. You ice it is kind of irrelevant because she's going to kill people are probably just going to chump with this. And if
I
they're
don't
not,
see any of these being very good. Sword Coast Serpent is fine. It's an instant speed
it's the
removal spell. It
only
disrupts
one.
it.
Well,
Yeah.
okay. Sea Hag does grant unblockability and a buff to 2 different things. Um,
How
which
like we've got such an emphasis on evasion and also the fact that it's Sword Coast Sailor and
mhm.
not like Feywild Visitor. Things are gonna be hard to block in the first place. Like I don't know how relevant that ends up being. I
I
like Sword
mean,
Coast.
like 2 creatures though, like you buff them up. One of them's gonna get +4/+0 right off the bat and unblockable. I don't know. Like Sea Hag is the other one that looks good, and it's an instant too, which is quite nice. So
How much is the adventure?
the
Is
adventure
it
is 3, which is actually really like on rate for that effect.
so
It's
it's
it,
+3, +4, and +0,
hmm And
+4
I'll
to
mention
something?
too, it does say up to 2 target creatures, and Livaan says you can target any creature. So if somebody's attacking somebody else, you could make their creatures unblockable and buff them up pretty significantly with this effect too. It's edge case, but like I think its floor is pretty good. The ETB on Sea Hag is
That's less edge case than I think than you think.
no, I think
Actually,
we're frequently Livaan is going to like accidentally slaughter somebody with just like you know.
that makes the I was actually gonna call into question Draconic Lore, despite that being like one of the cards that I am always running in decks. But the fact that Livaan can target somebody else's creature makes Draconic Lore 100% playable.
Well, yeah, but
That's
yeah,
hilarious.
I mean it's already 4 mana draw 3, which I think we can support. Um,
Can you imagine like you in the late game, somebody is just like people are fighting over the initiative, and you just raking claws Draconic Lore or something,
oh yeah,
and
oh yeah,
somebody else's creature and just slam
yeah,
dunk someone down.
uh huh,
Like you can use that and then not have people like spend removal on your tokens,
oh
which is
yeah,
already like
yeah. You
bad,
you
and
like
but then they're still sitting there. I
you
love
do
that.
you do, and the funny thing is by buffing up other people's stuff, if they go to kill it, they're killing your opponent's creatures, not yours, which is
Yeah,
actually
you
like
can like
really
use
gross.
it as a way to try and entice removal.
I kind of like that actually. I'm kind
I think
of
I just got an idea of where this deck might go with
yeah.
Big Blue.
There's probably an element here of like having your opponents like not only do the work for you, but also like eat the bullet when their creatures get buffed up, and they don't have any choice as to whether or not we can buff them. They don't get like we don't need their consent to like make their creature huge. Um, and if that means that
Hey,
their creature
speaking of
dies, like that's kind of interesting. So yeah,
can you pull from chat?
I'm in on Sea Hag. I'm in on Sword Coast Serpent. The other thing is that Sword Coast Serpent gives all of your opponent's creatures -4/-0 until end of turn, which will be relevant sometimes. If we're trying to close out the game and we top deck Sea Hag, we can buff up our team to get in, cast Sea Hag, and then our opponents can't crack back at us like with any sort of profit. Um, so I think that's a slam dunk. Um,
Hey, where's Scred?
we don't have Scred in here yet.
I think we should probably run Scred.
I agree. So Scred, Bolt, Thunderclap, Magmatic Sinkle, Snapback, um, Mind Collapse, Fire Blast. Uh, I'm not super high on like losing my lands. Um, so there's a part of me that thinks that Mind Collapse is the one that doesn't make it here. But the thing is that Mind Collapse isn't just Mind Collapse. Mind Collapse paired with any double strike spell that we have
I wouldn't
is
cut any of
is
those. How
lethal.
many lands do you have?
Currently we're at 34. Um, and I think that we're gonna want like frankly, I would love 10 rocks. We don't currently have room for that. Um,
That's a lot.
10
That's
rocks.
a lot of rock. I think it's good.
It
I think
is a
that's a big ask.
it is a lot of rocks, but like if you think about what like if you want a rock in your opening hand, which we don't necessarily need to have. I think the rocks, like these rocks in particular, are kind of like saying we always want to do something on 2. And if we look at our mana curve, like currently it's 13 spells, so a quarter of our deck is on 2, which means that in a 7 card hand, you're quite likely to have something to do on 2. So any other
So
rocks that we have, any other rocks that any other rocks that we have won't be 2 mana, and so it doesn't really. I don't know. It like we're already not in. Let's see, we have 12 artifacts, so we can't even play Thoughtcast right now. Um,
is Spike Shot Elder a common? Saracen Diza just mentioned Spike Shot Elder, and that's kind of funny.
Spike Shot
Um,
Elder. I don't think that. Don't think that. Oh, it is. The spike. It's not. It's not. There's Goblin. But Oh, wait. Oh, that's interesting. Spike Shot Goblin is a different card, but it says it deals its damage equal to its power to target creature or player.
Okay, this just reminded me,
That's probably not
so
good
the
enough,
Spike
but
Shot Goblin's good,
I
and
mean,
I think
it's
that
okay. Yeah, put it in
there's
considering.
something in a lot of your streams, like, we get you get all these cards into the deck, and then it comes time to, like, let's do the cuts, or so, and that's, like, the majority of what the stream is,
Yeah,
right?
it is. Yeah.
I think that it's time to just consider, like, let's say this Trinket Mage thing, the all that. Let's cut the Trinket Mage, the Bone Splitter. Those have got to go. That's not going to work with the vision of the deck that we have right now.
Hmm.
Um, I think that there's probably a few other things that we can look at that are similar to that, because we're coming close to the thing, and it's time to pick kind of, what
Pick a
the
lane.
secondary or the tertiary parts of our deck are doing.
Yeah, I think
Uh,
this is a good reminder. One of the things that I'm going to be talking about a lot in streams, and eventually I'm going to be writing an article for patrons of the channel on this. But there's this concept called the Ship of Theseus, and it's this idea that there's a ship that leaves a port, and with the intention of sailing around the world. And along the way, the ship needs to be repaired. Some of the crew members might die, or they might, abandon at port, and so you get new people. And by the time the ship comes all the way around the globe back to port, there's not a single nail, board, thread, or person on board who is the same as when they left. And the question is it the same thing? And the reason that that philosophical question is important while we're deck building is because we started this with cards that we thought, oh, this kind of works with the deck, right? And a lot of times in deck building, it's like it's iterative and it's like snapping off cards. It's like, oh, double strike is good. Oh, cantripping is good. Evasion is good. Tokens are good. Filling up our graveyard is good. Combat tricks are good. Adventure cards are good. Delve is good. Free spells are good. And then you get to this point where you're like, whoa, we have 150 cards, maybe even more. In the case like Ravenous Squirrel and Mayhem Devil, you've got like 400. And the question is, what is our lane, and which of the cards that we had at the beginning of the process no longer are consistent with the most efficient approach that we've discovered that we think is going to be the right one? So, in this particular context here, the question might be, is the Trinket Mage Bone Splitter, or really what that really is in a lot of ways, it's like the creatures that ETB for value, and then we can attack with them and buff them, and we don't care that they die because they already gave us something, that kind of thing. The question is that still our lane? Is that still our approach? So
I think that
yeah,
we gotta run Spike Shot Goblin.
why
I
why
honestly
is
think
that? Like
that,
no haste, no, like, it's just like this. I don't think that we do. I mean, it can be removal. It's very slow. It can do direct damage, which makes it kind of like a fireball in a sense. Like obviously with Treasure Cruise, this is very good, but like, um, yeah, I'm not. I don't think I'm sold on this one just yet. I was looking at Turret Ogre though.
that's a good one too. I
Yeah,
gotta I gotta float, man, this was years ago, but I tried to build a Pauper deck around this before Wizards actually acknowledged the format. Are you familiar with the text that Lacoliths have?
yeah. So whenever it becomes blocked, you may have it deal damage equal to its power to target creature. If you do, it deals no combat damage this turn.
That
Um,
deals damage to any creature. So that can turn this attack that somebody is chump blocking
that's fucking
into
gross.
removal on any creature on the board. Um, so like,
Interesting. So the whelp is
yeah,
probably is the most efficient one.
the
Um,
whelp dies in combat.
I mean, the grunt probably does too, right? Like realistically, like if we're uh-oh, did we lose you there? Um, looks like we might have lost Noyark here. One sec. And he's back.
Do the thing. I don't know if it's like this
Oh
it should be in the deck, but it's definitely something that popped into my head. I'm like, hey, I remember this.
yeah. Here, let me I'm gonna leave the chat one sec. Okay, I'll share my screen again here. when the order in which people join is actually like super relevant when we're doing this. So I think this should be correct. Can you join now with your video?
Oh, sorry. I was also like
Looks like it
trying to
popped.
make sure
There we
there
go.
was paying attention to chat. I know
Yeah, you're all
that
good.
um so it's kind of hard, especially as a viewer, sometimes to just sit and watch two people talk, like if you're not being interacted with as a chat
Yes,
member.
yes,
So, and I did see some people drop from the stream, but if you guys have these ideas, like throw
yeah.
them in the chat. There's at least a discussion that we can have about them.
Yeah, totally. Absolutely. We've had some really good recommendations so far. We had Saracen mention the spike shot, which we definitely is worth considering. All the rebound stuff earlier. Um, we had the Mizium skin. It's possible to Mizium skin delve a creature. So let's see.
See,
It's
because you know why I
impossible.
like the spike shot is if we pick the Trinket Mage package back in there and you throw a Bone Splitter on Spike Shot Goblin, that's gross.
Oh yeah, no, it's good. And I'm not
Like
even
that's kind
convinced
of
that we
really
want to.
funny.
I'm not even convinced that we want to cut that because, like historically, Trinket Mage is just one of the most dynamic um, and like playable cards in so many decks, and it plays well here too. Like we
I just
can,
don't think that we're using it to its full potential is my
no,
problem.
and
And
I
I
think
think that we could
yeah,
use the slot for something else. Because I saw the Trinket Mage. I want enough equipment here for Golem Skin Gauntlets to work to like do this weird impression of a uh a bad what's the one that the black one that gives something plus one
cranial
plus
plating.
oh. Yeah, like a really bad impression of that because a
Mm.
bad impression of cranial plating is still a
But we
bad
don't
impression
really
of
have that.
cranial plating.
We don't really have
And
that much equipment, do we?
yeah, so that's why I'm saying like maybe Bone Splitter makes the cut, but Trinket Mage might not. Like
Mm, mhm.
because we're not leveraging Trinket Mage. There is a problem that a lot of people run into where they put too many tutor targets in a deck,
Yeah.
but um
So let's
I
let's
don't think there's even close to enough right now, and I don't think it's
so
worth the deck slots to try and make it work.
I think you're right, and it's actually to me it's not so much about the quantity, but it's the spread of capabilities that it gives you. And so where Trinket Mage really shines is in combo decks where you can find your combo cards with it. Like say like a Darksteel Citadel, and then you like animate it into a creature and you combo off with Parcel Beast, or when you're able to find reactive type stuff. So like
Yeah.
Aether, like if we had Aether Spellbomb, Bone Splitter, the lands, a Everflowing Chalice or Springleaf Drum, something like that. Then you're looking at, and then maybe like a draw spell, I'm not sure what it'd be like, Witching Well maybe or something like that. But then you've got a spread where it's like if I need to draw cards, I can do it. If I need to remove something, I can do it. If I want to get aggressive, I can do it. If I just need to hit a land drop, I can do it. And that's where Trinket Mage is most powerful. But I think it's actually true that Trinket Mage here is kind of like it wants to get Bone Splitter, and that's about it. And Bone Splitter is good, but it's not that good that we'd play a tutor to get it. And if that's the case, then I think we actually want to look into cutting like the bridge, the artifact lands as well, because like our basics are important for Scred. They're important for um, Mind Collapse. They're important for Fire Blast. They're important for Thunderclap. They're important for foil.
Well,
So
if the goal is to add more mana rocks, I don't think it's worth cutting other things that can enable Thoughtcast because that's 1 mana +5 +0 draw 2 cards, which is like I don't know if there's a card that fits better in what we're trying to do.
the thing is, we just
Um,
don't have very
and those are
many. Like, I hear you, it's good, but like, I guess it is like, even if you're casting it as a divination, it's still like you're getting an oversized buff on a divination. But we're currently we're at 97 cards and we have 12 mana rocks. And like for cranial plating, for example, I look to have like 15 artifacts at a minimum for cranial plating to be better than bone splitter. And that math is basically like you want it to be +3 or +4. So that means you need 3 other artifacts plus the cranial plating. So if we wanted to get to 15, and usually I want to have more like 19-ish, somewhere around that like upper, like just below 20, even more than that's better. So then how, like, are there other artifacts we could run that don't like decrease the quality of the, like, maybe it's like the last slots are just mana rocks. Something like network
Well, Sky
terminal.
Scanner.
Yeah, we could play Sky Scanner. Maybe it's like Sky Scanners and like there's Pilgrim's Eye as well. Um
Because we've got Nurok, there's Whisper Silk. The other thing to consider, like, yeah, you do need your lands, but all of these terramorphic Riveteers, Maestros, like, just don't forget that just at a glance, it looks like you don't have that many islands or swamps.
but we have more.
You do need a tilt towards the islands, of course, if we're going to
Hmm.
try and make foil work, but those are basics.
Yeah.
They they just fuel delve.
Hmm.
Like, so there are, like, you're gonna be hard pressed to not have a mountain
Yeah.
or two mountains or whatever,
Yeah.
because there are a good amount of these.
Gator says jack-o'-lantern as hate. I think that's an interesting idea. I I think in aggro decks, I tend not to. I've actually been, and this might sound strange because there are really good graveyard-based decks in the format, but graveyard hate is one of the places where in aggro decks I tend to cut, because it's like a tech thing. So I'll run like
Killing your
prolif.
problems.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like it's like somebody else's problem. Yeah, like we could die to something like that, but it's kind of like we look at the rest of the table and we're like, I know you guys have Return to Nature, Rotten Reunion, Shred Memory in your decks. I know that you guys have Honored Heirloom, and I think it's one of those places where we do push that responsibility onto other people.
And like, if it is a problem, and if you need to stop somebody's great, like, if you're worried about a combo through the graveyard, like, you are the aggro deck.
Yeah, it's our
You
job to kill
do have
them.
one thing that people are going to let you do,
Yep,
and that's kill the combo deck.
yep. I
Just
I, I fully agree with that.
kill them.
Yeah,
You might not have to run interaction if you kill them.
yeah.
And this deck is kind of good at sometimes just doing
And I
that.
think we do have like enough interaction that we're not just like stone cold dead if somebody comes after us or if we do need to interact. But I think that the graveyard hate part of it is something we may just like leave to other people to figure that out. I'm looking at ETB creatures here. Searchlight Companion is an artifact. It's producing another body, so it is kind of like, one's flying, one's not. That's kind of an interesting idea. Um, in terms of
I
ETB
think
value, I'm also seeing Shrine Steward here as a way to tutor up our Alexi's Cloak. Is kind of an
I
interesting
would just
idea.
let's look at equipment. Like, even if we're not doing the thing, like, boots of speed.
Yeah. So, like, well, I mean, there's Boots of Speed, but there's also I would actually look to uh, oh, what's it called?
Gilded Cloak.
Something of the Bat, Cloak of the Bat,
Oh yeah, that's a
which
good
is like
one.
haste and flying. I think that's really good. There's two of these though. There's another one called Fleet Feather Sandals, um, which are good. Um, I really like these cards because haste is really haste is really relevant right now, and flying is really relevant for this like particular meta. It is kind of like mana intensive, and honestly, I don't know whether these are better than like adding in some rocks. Like we could have like Network Terminal, which would do a good job of filling our yard.
There's
Um,
also there are like we do have a lot of colored pips, but we also have spells like Ojutai's summoning and some of these other things in there where it's okay to run, like, I know we just cut Trinket Mage, like Everflowing Chalice, or I'm not saying that we need to run the 4 mana Soul Rings here, but
no,
Everflowing Chalice specifically is one of the better colorless
it
ramp
is, and
spells.
it's one of the best
It's also
rocks in
like
the whole.
cast Livaan more.
Yeah, I think, and the fact that it's a 2 mana rock is what like puts this over the edge. And or sorry, what makes it that it's a 2 mana rock is what makes it playable. What puts it over the edge is late game when you cast this for a lot, and it means that like in my experience, when I cast Everflowing Chalice for 2 or for 3, where it's like producing 3, I never ever get locked out of my commander ever again. It puts you
Hey,
so far into that area where you can just recast your commander.
does
Um,
kicker increase the cost of the card
that's really interesting.
on the stack? I think we need to know, because like it makes it exceptionally good if it's just like, I'm going to cast a 6 mana non-creature spell right now. and that's what you do with your turn.
It's an additional cost. So
Yeah,
so the question is, does an additional cost increase the not? Sarazen says no, it does not.
that's what I was afraid of, because that makes it. I mean, it's all right for the merits that we gave it, but that does kind of make it suck.
Yeah, I
That
think
does
it's
suck
well, it
really
sucks.
bad.
It sucks that it's the case, but I think it's still playable.
Yeah.
The other option, though, is like we could say, well, maybe instead of Everflowing Chalice, we run Prismatic Lens, which can make colored mana as a flexibility thing.
I like that.
Yeah, maybe or maybe we run both too. Like that's a possibility. Um, Man, yeah, if Kicker did modify things like Burst Lightning and Bubble Snare and some of this other stuff would be
Oh,
pretty insane.
that
So
would be so cool. I would love to just be like, I'm gonna cast an Everflowing Chalice for 6. It gives this +6/+0.
yeah, yeah, or something
Like,
with
I
multi
don't feel
kicker.
like I've just spent my entire turn casting a Mana Rock.
Yeah, or something with multi kicker would be insane too, right? Or Awaken.
Yeah.
Actually, did we? What about Awaken? I don't think this does too, right? Awaken. I think it's still the CMC is still.
Yeah.
It's just an alternate cost, right? Yeah, I mean it's presented if you cast the spell for 7. Let's see how that impacts it.
I kind
So
of I don't know if I like it. It's not impactful enough. I was gonna say I like Flare Husk because it's another creature spell that or creature that procs, but it's this mopey 1/1. It is an artifact. It is
yeah, it's just so
it's not.
low quality. I Flare Husk is just I don't know, man. Even in 60 cards, sometimes I see people play it, and the card is just like tempting,
It's
but
really
it's
good. I
so
had like an
bad.
Azorius Robots aggro Pauper 60 card deck, and
Yeah,
it's really good when you're playing Metallic Rebuke. I'll
yeah,
tell you
and
that
like
much.
Ginger Brute, right? Because you like put
Yeah.
it on your Ginger Brute and it's unblockable, and yeah, I mean, there's uses for it. Like the
It's
tradition.
like the equipment are really good if you're going to use them for the fact that they exist to like improvise or affinity. And we're talking about affinity here, but this just doesn't do enough. Like some people are trying to swing for lethal for Flare Husk, and we're talking about +1/+0 in a body.
Yeah, yeah. Um, these Awaken cards. No, I don't think we can do that because it's not giving us a buff for the Awaken cost. Because if it did, like Rush of Ice, which is like icing a creature, which I think icing a creature means we get more than one combat step on one person, which is really good. Um, okay, so looking through here, is there anything that so like Gravitic Punch? Are we sold on Gravitic Punch?
Did we put the infect creature in there?
Oh, it's not in there yet. This
I
has to
because
be in
that was
there.
like
Blighted
first of all,
Agent.
I love Blighted Agent because it's unblockable.
Yeah, that's
I love the infect angle because the surprise factor of I now have an infect threat, let's go,
yeah, yeah,
is
yeah,
really fun.
yeah.
And I also like just Gravatic punch you with this Blighted Agent. Like,
Oh yeah, for sure. I think in the Ichor Claw Mirror goes in too because a lot of times the Ichor Claw Mirror is somebody's gonna block it and it's
hey,
gonna
that's
be
an artifact.
yeah, it's an artifact and they're gonna have to chump with it, right? And um what's cool about the Ichor Claw Mirror is that if they block with something, oh, that's fucked up. That's so fucked up actually. Ichor Claw Mirror, if somebody blocks and we go Uncaged Fury, there's a good chance they just die because it gets +2/+0, so it becomes a 3/3. We cast Uncaged Fury, it gets +3/+0, and then it gets +1/+1 and double strike, and they just die anyways. So like
Does it
Ichor
have
Claw,
trample?
no, Uncaged Fury doesn't give trample. So like so
Yeah.
Temur Battle Rage
Battle
then,
Rage.
but Battle
Battle
Rage would
Rage.
be only +2/+0. So +2/+0 would make it 5 power, 10 power. Then they don't die because the trample damage hits their toughness. But what I like about Ichor Claw Mirror is that when they block, a lot of times it's going to mean their creature dies, and we can just keep swinging in. So it's a safe attacker that can also be in some cases just like, oh, you don't have a blocker. It's like you're dead. You know, that kind of
Yeah, I
thing.
think there's a certain necessity for the "you're dead"
Yeah.
quality of cards in decks
Yep.
like this, because that's something that I always shy away from when I'm building. I'm just like, I'm gonna get there eventually. Like I have this mentality that I'm gonna outvalue 3 other players, and some of my decks do that. I don't think that that's an angle we can take here.
Yeah, so we have Fat Panties saying, when are we going to see Gatorbait's deck tech? Heard his Dargo deck is pretty unbeatable. Unbeatable. Oh, it's beatable. It's a good deck, though. It's one of the premier aggro decks of the format. That one, the Gut Iron Throne. I don't know that the Gut Iron Throne is done as well, but I don't know that anybody has really like run that deck over and over again and like refined it yet. The other one that Gator's responsible for is Gut Inspiring Leader, which is a very good deck, and then the Amber Veteran Soldier. Those are kind of like the premier aggro decks right now. I haven't played a whole lot of my Garna list because really like aggro just isn't my thing, to be in all honesty. Like this deck here has a lot of ways to like go over the top with card advantage and things like that, that where like the card advantage is also like pumping up our creatures. But like
There's a few
aggro's
other pretty good aggro lists.
there's plenty. It's not just reserved to those. But yeah, no, deck tech would be great on that Dargo list. We'll schedule something with Gator to get him in here and then to talk about it. So in terms of cards here, we've got maybe we need to start making cuts from our threats section.
I was thinking about that too. Let's go over the token generators.
Yeah,
we
that
have,
was exactly my thought.
Yeah.
I'm increasingly bullish on Ojutai summons which is weird because it feels like the worst.
No, it's the best.
But it's kind of the best, isn't it? Like
it's the best.
Yeah, like okay, so let's just do the math on this. Rebound. Okay, so on the turn we rebound this.
That is free +5/+0.
If we choose to put this on Livaan, we can instantly kill somebody with any double strike spell for like 1 mana. So think about this: we go, it rebounds. We give +5/+0. It becomes 6 power on Livaan, and then if we cast Raking Claws, Temur Battle Rage, or Uncaged Fury, we can one-shot somebody with Livaan for well, actually we could see it a couple of different ways. Okay, so say we haven't cast Sword Coast Sailor yet, then what happens is Ojutai comes in +5/+0. Now Livaan is 6 power, and then cast the Sailor, or cast the Sailor and then cast Assault Strobe, or just cast Temur Battle Rage, and that's lethal. So I like these loops where we accidentally might find ourselves able to lethal somebody with Livaan for very, very cheap because of the rebound. So I think Ojutai summons is great in that regard. Will of the Naga is not a threat. I don't know how this got in over here. So we've got Flurry of Horns. I like that these have haste.
I like them too. They're 2/3s as well.
Yeah, there's certain ones here that I just would never cut in a million years. Dwarven Reinforcements, they're only 2/1s, but I do like that we can foretell this, and then later on we get a 4-mana spell for 2, right? It's like a form of discounting. Spell Eater is good. I am looking at Bloodwater Entity. It's good.
No.
It's good, but like it's only okay. I'm not super hot on it.
I think that the main problem is that like there are only so many undercosted spells that we can play, and the fact that Bloodwater Entity picks up the best one in our graveyard is like I'm pretty, that one I don't want to see go. There's some other ones that I think are less.
We could look at counter spells. One of the things you'll find is that like in a lot of like Izzet Blitz decks is that a lot of Izzet Blitz decks actually favored Apostle's Blessing in 60 card because it's 1 mana instant speed protection, which means unblockability as well. And the reason that people favored that over counter spells is because counter spells lend themselves to a more reactive game plan, and we're not reactive. We are proactive, decidedly. And the reason that we have Izzet Charm is because it's modal. And this is also removal. I just forgot about that.
And it feels delve.
Yeah, like this Fuels Delve. I mean, this is just a really good card in Izzet right now. This is as close to staple as you can get in terms of like Izzet stuff. I'm looking at like Negate or Dispersal Shield. Like maybe we don't run like a lot of counter spells at all. Like if we cut Negate and Dispersal Shield, then we're actually really close to being at 100 cards. Gator says, question my bros, wouldn't you want more accidental X spells to grow throughout the game like Repeal to early and late game for a huge pump or protection? They might even be better than some of the free spells. Repeal is an interesting idea.
No, this is worth exploring for sure.
Yeah, no, that's a really
Yeah.
good point. So let's look at cost. How do we? Yeah, cost is X, right?
I want Rolling
How do
Thunder.
we look up cost equals X like that? No, that's
No.
not how to do it. There's let's see tips. X.
I usually just under advanced search put X in the text. And that works out for me. Like
It's an
or you can
unknown
sometimes do
keyword.
an
So do we
X
have to do
symbol.
mana value equals X? Or it might need to be colon X because equals is an explicit term. No, that's not working either. So when I'm doing MV colon X, it's just bringing up everything. It's almost like it's treating X as like anything. Like mana value is anything. It's unknown mana. Like
Oh yeah. So
you know
I
what I
know how to
mean?
do this on Scryfall.
No, I
Like I
mean,
know
well,
that.
but this is in spell table. It's the same thing. Or sorry, in Moxfield, it's using Scryfall.
Well,
So we'd be
it's
like,
under Oracle X. Oracle
really?
colon X.
Oh,
Yeah.
because it's
So,
going to
but
be in the Oracle text if there's an X effect.
yeah.
Okay, so and then okay, so we could look at this ancestral. No, that's not good.
I mean, I already know some of the X spells that I think should be in here.
Arcane
Rolling
Denial should.
Thunder.
We forgot about
Rolling
Arcane
Thunder is an
Denial.
X burn spell, and I want it. I want it so bad.
Which one?
Rolling Thunder.
Yes. Oh, that's pretty good. Yeah. Some like Rolling Thunder. Yeah, Gator says Rolling Thunder and Fireball, they grow exponentially and may prove better card value than foil. I think, Gator, this is one of those few decks where I really like foil in it. I don't think it's always going to be consistent, but like the upside of being able to foil in combat and give something like surprise motherfucker +4/+0 for free is going to be just that good. And the moments where we pitch something into the graveyard that we can recast like a deep analysis is going to be insane. So I think maybe what if we looked and said instead of efficiency with removal, maybe we go with the Rolling Thunder and the Fireball because both of those can also go direct to face and they're a huge pump. That's kind of an
I think
interesting idea.
Repeal is also really good just
Repeal's
because it says
great.
draw a card on it.
Yeah.
Like it's better than Blink of an Eye and the other one in this case. And the big problem that a lot of these Izzet decks have is just like, oh, I'm out of gas, and that's one of the things that we just really need to pay attention to when it
the
comes
funny
to
thing about
finalizing.
repeal too is that your target doesn't need to have the X that's needed.
Right.
So you can just cantrip for one. There's also the card Balduvian Rage. Target attacking creature gets +X/+0 until end of turn, and then draw a card at the beginning of the next upkeep. Which, like, I don't know, if we paid for 5, then that's like plus 11.
It's kind of funny.
That's like
It is an instant.
That's pretty good.
It's actually pretty damn good.
Yeah, it's pretty good. That's up there for sure. There's also interesting. There's also the creatures that ETB and ice things. I hadn't thought about that as well. Okay, what about Bestial Fury? Draw a card at the beginning of the next upkeep. Oh, it's an aura. If a chanted creature attacks and is blocked, it gains trample and +4/+0. That's not good enough. Blood Frenzy, target attacking or blocking creature gets +4/+0 until end of turn. At the end of turn, destroy. I don't think we want that.
It's kind of funny if you target somebody else's creature with it.
Yep.
Like,
yeah, you can do that. Although I don't think we want to be
like that good, but
yeah, I don't think it's
something to consider.
Yeah.
I kind of like Condescend. If we did want more counter spells, Condescend's a funny one.
It's just the thing is, like, at what point are we holding up that kind of mana? You know what I
Oh,
mean? Like, not often. So we're looking for Oracle X, which is also looking for like Sphinx cards and all this other shit. Condescend's kind of interesting, but like,
if you put I don't know if this is actually if you put the brackets around it, like the squiggly brackets, I don't know what those are called.
oh yeah, yeah.
It looks for the X symbol in the Oracle
Oh,
text.
really? So if you look
Yeah,
for, so you put that around the X,
yeah.
and so is that like it's some sort of like explicit? Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Saracen
This
says
would be
Blood Frenzy
working.
is underrated in the format. IMO, it's not a card that needs to be played a lot, but the 2 mana +6 at the cost of a creature for whoever you want to solidify that damage with is great. Specifically for Livaan, it's even better. Yeah, it's interesting, and maybe because our tokens are expendable, maybe that's okay. The Blood Frenzy is also interesting because because what you can do is a creature that is in combat and attacking is attacking even after it deals the damage. So as you go to the end of combat step, I believe you can put that on something that's already dealt damage to you, and then it dies. Target attacking or blocking creature gets +4/+0 at the end of turn. Destroy it. So yeah, end of combat. You go 2 mana Blood Frenzy after they've dealt the damage, and it's like it's kind of like terminate, you know. And you could also do this on. Okay, all right. So Blood Frenzy. What about Blood Frenzy in this context? I think Saracen, you're onto something here, and I'll say why. When we give this buff to our opponent's creatures, this is dumb, right? Like this is dumb in that context, right? Like buff up your opponent's creatures so that they hit hard and then it dies at next combat. I'm actually feeling that. I'm feeling that something fierce.
I
Oh, look at
kind of
that.
like it.
Mass artifact destruction. Hmm.
Which
Hard,
one? Destroy Builder's Bane?
hard counter
Uh,
to Sailor's Bane. Oh boy.
Builder's Bane is kind of like let's play a sorcery version of
It's
Mox
so
Monkey. That's
fucking
really
bad.
bad.
It's so fucking bad. If I'll just say this, chat. If Aethersworn Sphinx ever starts to see more play, and this is I'm not prone to hot takes, and it's only a hot take when it's wrong. So I'll just say this: I think Sphinx is
So,
probably one of the more broken decks in the format.
hey,
Um,
we've got a lot of token generation. Should we be running Dark Dweller Oracle?
I was thinking the same thing. And there might even be like some sacrifice token type stuff we could play too. Um, we're getting a little lost in the sauce here. I love it. I'm down to get saucy. You guys know that.
This is what the stream is about.
It is. I mean, we've been very, very disciplined and focused this entire time. I think chat will forgive us if we just widen our aperture a little bit
Yeah, let's
and
go
look at
nuts.
yeah.
You want to play
So
some more artifacts? Let's throw an experimental synthesizer.
yeah,
In there.
synthesizer. I mean, it's not awful. It's a
It's actually
creature.
quite good.
It's a creature. Yeah, it's quite good. Like I would be willing to cut.
This is another thing that creates a threat, a token that we can throw at somebody that draws a card. I think that we would be stupid not to run it.
Uh oh.
No, I looked at Dragon's approach too. We've got to stop somewhere. No.
Oh man, those disintegrate. This is also kind of interesting. I don't think this automatically goes in, but I want to look at those X spells for removal.
Hey, no, that's not good. I was gonna say, like, Flood of Recollection is kind of a cool card for making sure that we have these dumb, undercosted spells to cast.
Yeah, so Saracen says Builder's Bane is only good for the red, mono red commanders that care about damage triggers or big mana. Yeah, and even that case, like mono red commander, so because it's dealing damage equal to the controller. So like the one place where you would want Builder's Bane explicitly would be like Circara, which I think is a commander that you like to play. But other than that, like the artifacts are like they're good in this format, but none of them are like Torpor Orb or or like Chalice of the Void. And so you're really not like the only ones we have that are even close to that are Whisper Silk Cloak, Ashnod's Altar, cranial plating, and like maybe Nurox stealth suit or something like that. But the list is very, very short. And so I'm not endorsing running Builder's Bane. It's more of a meme to say that like there is no counter to Aethersphore and Sphinx, and that is the only thing that I've gotten close to thinking might be. And it's still not. It's still terrible. So yeah.
You know what? This is very much on the realm of we're off the deep end, but when you are running a red deck with snowlands in it, Mount Velis Manticore discards a land from your hand to bolt something at the beginning of combat.
Every turn?
Every turn. Because snowlands have 3 super types. They have basic snowland.
Oh wow.
It's kind of so when I was talking, there was a while ago where I was asking people about like, oh, what cards have multiple card types, and I was trying to figure it out. And I was already playing snowlands in the deck, playing Mount Velis Manticore to just, whatever. But this card is a 4-mana 3/4 that can just discard a land to bullshit. It's kind of insane.
Yeah. I'm still getting through the X spells here. Trying to like clear this, and then I want to look at what you're talking about there, because
you're gonna find it in what you're looking at, because I'm looking through the same group right now, and unfortunately this isn't working very well. There's like not a lot of X that are
there's like your fireballs. There's these weird ones where it's like counting the number of things in there. What about Galvanic Relay? We're not really in on like super cheap spells right now, so I don't think this is good. Like this is good when you're casting lots of 1 mana stuff. There's no Hands of so Cypher is quite interesting because Cypher is casting. You know that, right?
Ooh. Yeah.
Cypher is when you cipher something and you recast it, it is actually the text is that you recast it again. So Hands of Binding would it ices something. So it ices one thing when you cast it, and then when you cipher it onto a creature, it would ice another thing if you dealt damage to them. So if we put that on Livaan, and then we just chip in for like 1, then we can ice multiple things a turn while giving a buff. The only funny thing is that the cipher is only happening on combat damage. So that actually doesn't make very much sense, does it?
You know what?
So it only
actually is really funny. Okay, this is a card. This is not. I was just scrolling through the same list you're going through. The Shattered States era you can buff the creature that you intend to take with +5/+0 and gain control of it and smack
threaten effects.
Yeah.
Gain people's creatures and buff them up.
Well, and the other thing is the backside of Shattered States era is a creature with trample. It also has haste, which is good, but we kind of don't have a lot of trample going on, and I don't want to like drag things too far gone, but the Shattered States era is a really great threat effect that also gives us a trampling creature.
Yeah. No, that's quite interesting. There's Kavarik's Torch.
I like it a lot.
Yeah, let's I want to look at that one next. The threaten effects are really interesting to me all of a sudden.
We talked about I'm really throwing right now. Tavern Brawler is pretty good in this deck.
We forgot about Tavern Brawler. This was it was in my first draft, but I duplicated the deck. This is insane in the deck. Yeah, I died to the second time I died to this commander. It was off of a Tavern Brawler flipping Gush. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. See, you just start scrolling through cards, and we've completely we had this idea of what we're doing, but now there's all this other stuff popping up.
Yeah, there really is. I think what this is going to lead us to is I am going to cut. I think I am going to cut the Fleet Feather Sandal and the Cloak of the Bat. Arcane Denial is going to come in for a negate.
Oh yeah, that
was one that we just
recommend that, or did we just miss it?
We just missed it.
That's
we just missed it.
Way better.
Yeah, it's good, and we want to have more card draw, so that's good. And the funny thing is, we can Arcane Denial some of our own stuff too. like we could Arcane Denial our mana rocks later on. Like you could see like cast Everflowing Chalice for 0, Arcane Denial my own Chalice to like draw 3 cards, which is really nice. So we have some of the weirder ones are like the Gravitic Punch, the Balduvian Rage, Blood Frenzy. We have all of these X spells in here, but
You know what
we're
I want?
105.
I want Gravatic Punch out. I want that 4 mana 3/2 that when it dies puts an instant or sorcery on top of your library in.
Oh no, it puts it in your hand.
I want that.
You
Yeah.
want so why do we want that one? Is it because
I'm worried that we're never gonna have enough shit to do.
interesting. Tavern Brawler has become a trap a lot. It gives a huge incentive to kill your commander, which is so rough, which puts you in a reactive spot. I agree. And this is actually like an interesting, I fully
I've
agree
been
with this
saying that
commentary.
too.
Like Tavern Brawler is funny because when the backgrounds are good enough that it makes your commander really scary, it makes removal just that much better and that much more enticing because the like hidden text on these background cards is they only like except for Candlekeep Sage, they don't work unless you have your commander out. And Tavern Brawler is the same way. And Tavern Brawler in some of these cases is going to be really broken, like flipping like Sword Coast Serpent, Draconic Lore, Gush, Will of the Naga, Fire Blast, Molten Monstrosity. We have some really big stuff like Tolarian Terror. Flipping this stuff off the top is going to be really good. But here's the question, and I'm kind of tickled, Gator, to hear you thinking so conservatively about this because you're such an aggressive player and you're like more of like the asking questions. I think that the card is good enough that we play it and demand answers to it.
We're running so many overcosted things.
Like think about what Tavern Brawler does, okay? So you flip that card off the top. Let's just pretend it's like the absolute nuts is Treasure Cruise, okay? You flip Treasure
let's be reasonable.
Yeah, so like Treasure Cruise off the top or let's say Will of the Naga, okay? Cuz Will of the Naga isn't the Stone Cold Nuts, but it's up there.
It could be Tolarian Terror. It could be Molten
Yeah, it could be this.
I mean, Seaside Serpent.
If it is +7/+0, and then you cast it for 1, and you give another +7/+0 while drawing that card and then casting that card, that's super game ending, right? So if this stays in play for 1 turn, there's a decent chance that we flip. Like we're not going to flip a lot of counter spells. We're not likely to flip a ton of reactive spells that we can't cast. So like the worst ones would be you see a guard approach, shore up. So we have 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 spells in the deck that we wouldn't want to flip.
Now let's be real here though. I've talked about Tavern Brawler a lot, and I've cut it from a ton of red decks because of what Gator said.
Yep,
and I've even had this discussion with Gator.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that Gator has a lot of experience playing these sorts of aggressive decks might
it's worth paying heed, yeah, because this is like his territory for sure.
I'm starting to be more and more convinced by it, but I want to live in the world where I flip Sword Coast Sailor or Treasure Cruise or Will of the Naga.
I agree.
I put it in the deck to try and live in that world, and then when it bites me in the ass, I will take it out.
But I fully agree. I want to live in that world too, and the reality is like this is a more conservative build of the deck already. I think we can afford to play cards like this. Tavern Brawler is the Blighted Agent, Ichor Claw Mirror, Kiln Fiend, Nivik Cyclops of the deck, right? We have this portion of the deck that just like is super threatening, and like Blighted Agent might just like maybe we cast one of our big spells, like we say we go and cast we free cast Gush and then we TBR our Blighted Agent. That interaction cost us 1 card because it's just the TBR. And it presented lethal. And you just say like, do you have it? And you might even have a protection spell, and if you do, they just fucking die. And like that is probably worth it. And Tavern Brawler is the same way. So if this deck were all in, I would be less interested in it because I would be looking for ways to shore up that weakness. But we're already like pretty resilient. We have like a game plan that like involves, like Livaan buff other things, and then we have this Tavern Brawler thing. Does it only buff our commander?
Yeah. It only does.
Interesting.
One thing that I would consider is like, because obviously
it's only the commander
tested. Yeah, that's the problem.
As
you play test, you're gonna recognize, and like it's just gonna happen with decks like this. There will be times when you are out of gas, and it's just really important to pay attention to how often Tavern Brawler functions as a very slow and poor divination, and if it happens like even like 2-3 times, and you know what, it probably is going to happen that many times. It
Yeah, it
probably
will.
just gets replaced with a draw spell.
Maybe.
That being said,
Yeah.
I think did you put the Shattered States era in there? It's got to, that card has got to go in.
Why
It's
Shattered
so
States?
good.
Oh,
It's
this is the
so
one that gives a buff and it threatens. So it threatens
it's
something, and then creatures you control get a buff, and then it
this is
flips.
another creature spell
Oh, it
that
is.
is,
It's a
yeah, like
spell and
this
a
is,
creature.
yeah,
So,
that's
so
the,
yeah, that's a
and it's the
heuristic.
threaten. Like
Okay.
I think that's got to go, because it's also like if you steal somebody's blocker and you give it +5/+0 with Livaan because you can, then you attack them with it.
Yeah, I like that.
Like
And
that's just end of discussion. The rest of it is
oh
gas.
fuck, dude, Tygam Strike.
What does that one do?
Un
Oh,
+2/+0 unblockable rebound.
it's a lot of
That's
mana and
12,
sorceries. Dude.
12 unblockable on that single card. No,
I
it's
think that,
it's more. It's
yeah,
yeah,
but like,
12.
what if you just ran Stagger Shock because it's a burn spell? I think if you're trying to get people dead, that concentration of burn spells is worth. Like Tygum Strike is cool.
I mean, Tygam Strike is
I don't know. I think that
unblockable seems
both
like
are
okay,
worth.
like this whole thing about Ojutai's breath, you know, like this like icing things down is so it is a little bit better than unblockable in the sense that like it's iced for more than one turn and you've got multiple turn cycles of like not having that blocker, which is really good. But Tygum Strike, dude, and in fact, like
I mean, if you're
frankly,
talking about replacing Ojutai's breath, yes. I think
um
it has to replace it though.
and we have Distortion Strike in the deck right now.
I don't know how good that is.
It's it's funny that like Livaan wants us to cast bigger spells, isn't it?
Do we have Faithless Salvaging?
We don't.
I think that one is really important for fueling Delve, and also like it's an instant, it's got rebound. This is like
Oh,
sometimes you have to just play your nuts and bolts, and this looks like a nuts and bolts card to me right now.
I mean, all of these cards are like huge potential damage. Stagger Shock is 4 on its own. It's 6 off of Livaan. It's basically 10. This is 10 damage for 3 mana. Like that's
I
how we
also
have to
just
think
like
about
having
these.
reach. Like we do have Rolling Thunder and Repeal, right?
We don't have them in the deck yet. They're in considering, but like these are all huge damage. Ojutai's summons alone is 10. Ojutai's breath is 6 without the fact that it's icing something and making it so we can get in easily. And then Tygum Strike is 12.
Well, when it comes to making cuts, I like those are all really cool. But I think we're gonna want the X spells first. We should throw them in considering. Um, but I think that it's gonna come down to some of those are gonna replace other ones, and then um like the Faithless Salvaging does go up a card, right? Now it loots and then what does
I
it
don't
do?
like Faithless Salvaging as much, mainly because like frankly, like the way we have this built right now, we like our graveyard is filled more likely with token makers than it is everything else because and we want those token makers. Like I guess what I'm saying is like our card quality is pretty high, so I don't like looting that much. Like
That's fair. I mean,
like we have like Faithless Salvaging is like and Faithless Salvaging is also rummaging, which this is card negative, actually.
no, yeah, I thought it was different.
Yeah,
That
I
one's
don't
got
think we want this at all. I think I have Synth in there right now. I think Synth is good enough.
it's a non-creature spell creature. Like
Yeah,
we just gotta play our we
yeah,
gotta play
yeah.
our
This is another like token maker. This is essentially like draw 2, so it's kind of a divination. And the reason it's better than that is because it's 1 mana instead of 3. So it's 1 mana, get the card, and then later on it's 3 mana, get the card, and a 2/2 token. So I think Synth comes in. We could I mean, there's like, oh, we still have Blood Frenzy and Balduvian Rage. Like, I think these cards are cool, but like these rebound cards are way higher quality than either of those.
I kind of like Balduvian Rage, but that's
I mean,
fine.
I,
Yeah.
I yeah, I agree,
I've
but
also
like,
got my eyes on the pingers right now.
yeah, I was looking at the same thing. These do not attack, not
Like,
realistically.
no. We've added more threats to the deck. Honestly, like I've got to look at the more of these sagas that flip into creatures
There's
because
only two of them.
is it only the two that
Yeah,
we've
and we've
got?
got both, and I think they're both good. I mean, the
Yeah,
Shattered States era is going to be like kind of nuts sometimes, right? Like the creatures you control get +1/+0.
we've got tokens, so that's like
Yeah,
nuts. Yeah,
that's really
I think this
good.
card is just really it's fitting into the deck quite nicely
What
right
are
now.
the so let's take a look at the threaten. And by the way, I've been using function : really liberally to like figure out what's out there, and function : threaten works, which is really sick. So like, what other ones would we want here? We've got like Bloody Betrayal is one of the better ones because it makes a blood token. Um,
There's the we don't generate menace, do we? That's unfortunate. I like the one that costs a lot. Like we would get a cost reduction threaten if we had a menace creature. It would be like a
oh
where is
shit, Gator mentioned split cards, Dead Gone and Fire Ice.
like I know that one is pretty good. Is there any other split cards that we can run?
Dead Gone is
Does
really
it cost? Does it
flexible.
do the whole thing?
Yeah, it does. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You get the
I like
whole.
Dead Gone.
Yeah, both Dead Gone and Fire Ice are good because Fire Ice at the very minimum is tap something down, draw a card. It's a 2-mana cantrip. That's why people play it. Whereas Ice is gonna be like a shock. It's not amazing, and you can fuse them too. So
I
um,
like Dead Gone because it is an instant speed stop a combo card. Like Ice
yeah,
is nice because it
Gone.
draws a card, but that one
Yeah,
unsummon the combo piece. Hopefully that's good enough. And in a lot of cases it will be.
yeah, I agree. Yeah, I think we definitely want Fire Ice, and we definitely want Dead Gone. Um, Yeah, that's a really good recommendation. Thank you, Gator. Appreciate that. And I hope you have a great rest of your night, dude. Thanks for showing up and for all the great recommendations. Yeah, the floor on Dead is just a shock, which is fine. But it's +4/+0 for 1 mana.
And or yeah, like I like Gone. I don't like Dead. I like Gone. I think Gone is really good.
No, I agree.
Yeah,
But I think like they're
it's
both
good.
they're
Yeah.
both spells that buff disproportionately to what you're actually casting it for. And they have like relevant modal effects that we like, as well as like a very high floor. Like Ice being just tap down a permanent could be like making a blocker. Um, Fire Ice casting both of them could clear the way for a lot of things. Lawbert, what's up, dude? For those of you who don't know, Lawbert is one of the esteemed members of the PDH pod and does a great job of editing both their videos and their audio content. So thanks. Give him a little welcome in chat. I agree that Gone is great. Indeed. Dead Gone and Fire Ice, I think, in this deck are definitely money. Okay, so I'm looking at Mind Collapse now. And
My child.
I know this card is really insane. It's like clear a blocker.
Hold on.
But we can't cut
Before
this.
we
We
cut,
can't cut that. No. Like this,
before we even start looking at cuts, we've got to get those X spells in the deck, and
fuck.
then we start thinking about cuts.
Do we really though? Like, okay. Like, what's
We got to
the?
at least have Rolling Thunder.
What do these look like? Like, are we when we cast these? Are we
You've got to have Rolling
if we cast
Thunder.
Rolling Thunder for 6, it's +6/+0 to something, and then we do 4 damage split any way we choose. These are pretty bad. Like in a lot of the game, they're really good mid and late game.
It's not so much the fact that the important part about it is that it's reach. Like this deck will be low on gas and it will need reach. And I think Rolling Thunder fits the bill pretty well. I think Repeal fits the
Fireball is
bill.
kind of the same thing in a sense, because if you're really if these
I
are
don't
for
love
if these are for reach, right, and you're probably only ever killing 2 things with one of these spells because the cost requirement. Like if you think about something that's so scary that we need to kill it, it might be that it's going to be more expensive, and so Fireball is going to be very similar to Rolling Thunder in like how much it costs. Like it probably averages out to,
In
you
my
know,
experience, they're very different. Like
mm,
the Rolling Thunder, the ability, like there was, I mean, I had the nuts where I copied it that one time and dealt like 20 damage across the board.
there is
But
that copy spell.
like, I don't know, the copying a spell doesn't constitute casting it. Um,
That is true. Yeah, and
uh,
although
there
copying a
can be
rebound
some.
spell is pretty fucked up.
That's true.
That's actually really fucked up. Could you?
I don't think because it's a copy, I don't think it rebounds because it has to exile itself, and once it does, since it's a not
Oh,
real
right.
version
Yep.
of the
Yep.
card, it doesn't.
No, that's not what
Um,
we want to be doing.
so,
Um,
but I think that the difference between Fireball and Rolling Thunder is pretty big.
I I I I just don't think it's measurable really. Like there are gonna be times when you are sad that your fireball isn't Rolling Thunder, and there are times where your fireball is better than Rolling Thunder because it's just going at one target, right? Like if we're
I
playing it for
suppose.
reach, it's one mana less, right? And the flexibility there is that you pay a little bit more mana for Rolling Thunder to have that flexibility to just like wipe a board or kill a
You
couple of
know what?
important things.
I'm convinced. I actually, because I don't think we should be running both.
Just one of
I think
them.
you should run Fireball over Rolling Thunder because you're like, it's one mana less, and if you're running it for reach, that's one extra damage. I'm like,
That's
okay,
like
sure.
that's the role
Yeah.
of it, and it's
Yeah.
also like a sweeper.
Like it can
Um,
also, or like, you pick off two things, or you pick off a few tokens in your way when they're blocking, because that's another problem is we don't have a lot of trample, but that's okay. We've got a lot of evasion, and the commander's trying to give evasion, so cool.
yeah, I
I think
think.
that repeal is good enough because it draws a card.
Oh, repeal. We don't even have repeal in here. Dude,
Yeah.
we're rapidly return. I mean, these are all good cards and we should be considering them. So like what you're noticing, chat, is that we're kind of like oscillating in and out of these like different modalities of thinking. And I'm glad that that a full 9 of you find this interesting enough to stick around for it, because this is really like the pinnacle of the deck building process is when you start iterating on these different modalities and these different ways of thinking. And so like you'll notice that we like were under 100 cards and then we were over and then we went back under a little bit and now we're back over again because we're consistently coming back to new effects that we realize work well with the commander. Like the threaten effect is a really good example of that. You could play this deck in a very like threaten heavy strategy. Um, you know what I mean? Like that
I
seems
think
very
we're
plausible.
getting I think we're getting to the point where we should look at the cards that we already have. If anybody has like a stellar recommendation in chat, make it now because
Yep.
it's about time to start cutting this down to 100 cards.
Yeah.
And also, if you are here and watching the stream, click the like button. The algorithm matters.
Yeah, I do appreciate that, y'all. If you want to just take a moment here, if you're enjoying the content, if you're liking what Noyark and I are bringing to you with the channel, please do leave a like for what we're doing. It's free for you to do. It takes just a moment, and it really makes a huge difference for me and for Clay when it comes to the algorithm sending this to other people. I look at the analytics all the time in YouTube, and regularly we get several hundred views, and only like 10% of them are actually likes. And that's kind of shocking to me because we are trying to create like some of the finest magic content we possibly can, and it takes a lot of work to produce these. And so just like make it a habit when you're watching YouTube that unless you like really don't like something and you bounced off of it, make sure to leave a like, because yeah, like this probably took like 6 hours to set up. I had to create a presentation for it. We created all this stuff, and I don't begrudge that at all. It's like something I love doing, but it really feels rewarding and validating to me when people just let us know that they like the content with that simple move there. So yeah, I do appreciate that. And also do keep in mind, if you are interested in doing what Noyark did and supporting the channel with a patron donation, or it's going to be a membership subscription here soon, it really would make a massive difference. Noyark and I were talking about the fact recently that if everybody in my Discord server donated a single dollar a month to Clay and I, that would be absolutely life changing for me right now. And I'm not begging or anything like that. I'm just like stating a simple fact: $450 a month right now for $1 a person, $12 a year would completely change my life right now, which sounds crazy, but so yeah, just keep that in mind. We're going to be releasing more stuff on that in the future, and it won't just be a donation. For those of you that do something more like five, there's going to be other gains that you get. I'm going to start producing content that will be specific to our patrons. Eventually, there will even be exclusive games on exclusive platforms that will get you access to those things. So it will be worth it. Clay and I think very hard about how to make these offerings worth it to you, but also just think of it as something that you support, the people that you enjoy hanging out with, and you enjoy the content, and you want to see them do more of it. And it's as you've said, Noyark, it is one of the ways that we kind of break free from the confines of our corporate overlords, is by encouraging the people in our communities that are making independent content. So enough of that plug. I just wanted to drop that there. And look at that. A number of you came in there and liked it. I really appreciate you just doing that.
Yeah.
That's super helpful. Ham the Human said, clicked that like. It was too easy. Love me some Izzet Punchies. That's a great name for it. Izzet Punchies, Izzet Blitz, Izzet Brawler, hot dogs, more like hot dragons in this case, because Livaan's a dragon. Speaking of dragons here, I wanted to ask you about one other thing.
Yeah.
Carnelian Orb and Lapis Orb of Dragonkind. There's a part of me that wonders, with how good our commander is in this deck, whether having cards that like allow us to just get a lot of value off of our commander, like even the Candlekeep Sage, make it all the more resilient to protecting our core engine. And if we did that, would we be able to cut like a counterspell? Like we could cut counterspells for cards that make it so we can always cast our commander, so that we always get the effect of the non-creature buff, so that we, always are drawing cards. And then in that case, something like Candlekeep Sage starts to look like a draw 6 throughout the game, because people have to kill our commander, and if they don't, we're winning. Like Candlekeep kind of reads in this deck, like you're thinking about those fourth order values, right? If we're talking about value ordering here, Candlekeep Sage says, if you're not killing my commander, I'm killing you. And if you're killing my commander, I'm drawing cards and I'm refueling to kill you.
I think based on the way that I wrote out the order values, I would put Candlekeep at like second order.
Okay.
Like fourth order is more the fact that I've got a blocker, or that it's like this really weird, like fourth order is pretty abstract, and you're on the right path with what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I just don't know how accurate that is. I like the idea of being able to cast Livaan over and over again, but like if we're gonna run, say, Tavern Brawler or this other stuff, I think that we talked about diplomatic immunity and kind of were like, yeah, it's whatever. I think that the ability to just throw it on there, give it Shroud, stop attacking with the commander, and let it sit, because like the deck is built to use that commander's ability.
Yeah.
Is going to be more valuable than us just trying to say, like, I want to play Candlekeep Sage and cast my commander for 9.
Yeah.
Like, sometimes you will just cast your commander for 9 because it's a necessity, but I don't know how important that really is. I do like both of those mana rocks. I specifically like the Carnelian Orb because I like Livaan having haste a lot.
Now, that being said, though, too, Livaan is special because it actually kind of has haste. It's like Rilsa. It comes in, and on your combat, you get a buff. So it comes in, and it's immediately buffing something up, especially like when Rilsa Rail is like completed the initiative or completed a dungeon. Then it comes in +5/+0, Death Touch, First Strike, and Menace. In this case, you can bring in Livaan and then immediately cast a spell, and you've got like a form of haste. So I don't know that like Carnelian is necessary for that. The Lapis Orb, though, is very close to just being like Study Hall. Like scrying 2 every time you cast your commander is one of the things I realized when I started to play Study Hall. And for those of you that haven't played that card in your deck, Study Hall is insane. Like when your commander is really cheap, or if you have the ability to cast your commander a lot and it's dying a lot, what Study Hall will do at a certain point is somebody will kill your commander and you'll cast it for the 4th time, and you'll scry 4 or you'll scry 5 because you're casting it for the 5th, and you will find whatever it is the fuck you need. And that's what happens regularly. Like in Witherbloom Apprentice, I've had it before where somebody killed my commander for like And legitimately, I used to play in a very mid-range, very controlling meta with very little combo because everybody would just clap the combo players. And I cast Witherbloom Apprentice for something insane. Like I think I was it had Opal Palace and Study Hall because I crop rotationed into one of them. And I cast it. I produced a 9/9 Witherbloom Apprentice, and I scryed 9. And when you scry 9,
That's casting demonic tutor.
it is, right? Because what it meant was I stacked the top of my deck with the very best cards that I needed to win the game. And you know what happened the next turn? I won the game. I drew into Read the Bones. I drew the cards I needed, and I just won. And so, like, Opal Palace is really good, and Lapis of Dragonkind is kind of like that, except that it's actually producing a mana instead of costing a mana, because you have to filter to get the mana for Study Hall. Whereas Lapis it's a little bit like it's a higher floor, lower ceiling, a little bit more just generally playable. So I don't know. I'm kind of interested in these. It does add it puts us up to
are they
10
not in?
rocks.
I thought, as far as rocks go, I thought those were in.
Oh no, they're not.
I don't think we really need to make much of an argument for them.
Okay.
The main thing I want to caution is that the argument that they give you value for casting your commander and over again is like, it's good that they give you value when you cast your commander. This is not there are decks that are really good and really fine with casting their commander for the excessive amounts of commander tax that can develop throughout a game of EDH. And I don't think that there's much of a reason for us to believe that this is really ever going to be one of them. We have resiliency, but we're playing a version of Izzet Blitz.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's
not we have as much value as we can possibly generate. The idea that casting your commander for 7 could generate an amount of value that matters for us is kind of crazy. I'm not saying that
It's true.
There aren't things that you should like. These 2 cards are also just mana rocks. Like, that's value that's worth playing. The Candlekeep Sage versus the Tavern Brawler here. Honestly, I as I think about it and I make the argument against Candlekeep Sage for this deck, I want to make the same argument for Tavern Brawler. I think Gator's right, and we're coming. I think that the ad read kind of signifies that we have to move to the portion of this video or this stream where we're cutting cards.
So yeah, I hear you on that. So let's make one. I'm gonna make one more argument here. Tavern Brawler is problematic for the deck because we want Livaan in play, but it simultaneously makes Livaan into our central piece. And what that does is it incentivizes people, much in the way that like a diplomatic immunity would, to kill our commander because it turns off the Tavern Brawler. So while
we're playing the commander in this deck, we're not playing it right now.
We are we are playing the commander, but what we're not doing is we're not buffing the commander up that often. It's like there will be instances where like you were like, oh, everyone's tapped out. I cast Treasure Cruise, I draw TBR, I kill you. Like there are going to be instances like that. Nobody's going to stop you if you're killing somebody that, or maybe they can't, right? But what Tavern Brawler from a strategy standpoint does is it makes our Livaan constantly the big thing that's scary. And then when people kill it, then we don't get the value from casting spells that buff up the rest of our team. The difference there is that Candlekeep Sage says, don't kill my commander. And I actually think that's a lot better than Tavern Brawler, and it draws us cards, and it buffs up, and it's a buff. So there's a part of me that thinks that Tavern Brawler goes, and Candlekeep comes in. And I'm getting strong feelings that Candlekeep is like an important card for this deck. I know we're an Izzet Blitz deck, but like...
I think you should, like... This is where I would divert from you. I wouldn't play it. I would play, like... I would try and play any other draw spell at that point, just because I think that the argument about just needing the cards now instead of eventually matters. Now, obviously, if we do want to have longevity, that's good.
Maybe there's other ways.
I actually, like, after I sat here and I was like, oh yeah, we're playing a commander right now, and the deck just kind of functions off its back.
Yeah.
I'm pretty strong feeling that even though you cast Diplomatic Immunity and somebody's like, oh, I've got to remove your commander now. You gotta find the moment for when you cast Diplomatic Immunity, because if Livaan sits in play and can't be interacted with, the deck is purring.
Yeah, no, you're right,
Like,
and that's really
I
like
think this has got to be like Alexi's Cloak is in there good. I would even hesitate to cast it as an instant. I would just want to throw it on there so that it doesn't fall off. I want
well, I think you
like we've
cast
got the Whisper Silk, we've got I just want as many ways as possible for Livaan to sit there and
yeah.
play, and people go, I don't know how to kill this thing right now.
Yeah, and the Alexi's Cloak is this is a counter spell in the deck, and actually that's
Right.
and by the way, you can put Alexi's Cloak on other things. I'll just mention that you
And
can
cast it not instant speed, and it'll stay.
yeah, exactly. The thing I want to do with Alexi's Cloak is people should know that if a person thinks that Shroud is good enough for their deck, you should be very concerned about it. Okay, just like I'm just going to put that out there as like a warning. If somebody is playing Shroud in their deck, you should be very worried about them putting it on their commander. You guys can see what that means for this deck. Shroud means that every spell we cast for the rest of the game functionally is going to make our shit huge. So the way I see Alexi's Cloak in this deck is that we cast it when somebody goes to kill Livaan and not a moment sooner. I don't ever want to give a person a good reason to generate card disadvantage for me. I want this to be like somebody goes Doomblade and we're like counterspell with our Alexi's Cloak and now it can't be killed.
It's not really card disadvantage, it's tempo loss, because it goes to the command zone.
What do you mean?
It's a tempo swing.
Well, so oh, okay. I mean, yeah, I hear what you're saying, but what I'm saying with the fundamental thing is Alexi's Cloak should be used as a counterspell. That's what I'm trying to make the point of. As
That's
like,
fair.
yeah, or it's a protection spell, but like we're only using it reactively. Chris Jackson says, as a blitz deck, don't you just protect your commander and use a draw spell to keep going? Yeah, I think that's fine. What we're looking at with the reason I'm looking at Sage is that like I see Livaan, and if I were playing against this deck and it were coming after me, Livaan would die often. I would kill Livaan all the time. And so, and we're not really running a super deep bench of protection. We have, a couple of sticky protection spells. We have a couple of cheap instant speed ones, but like, it's not super deep. That being said, Candlekeep Sage is completely dead if we have any of these 3 cards on our commander, though, right? Like it doesn't do anything anymore. Okay, that's good enough to get rid of it. Yeah, we get rid of it there.
The other thing about the Alexi's Cloak is, yes, you can treat it as a counterspell, but if the table is tapped out or somebody doesn't have it, you
can
give that commander Shroud.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Just do it.
Yeah, just do it. I mean, the reason we play the Alexi's Cloak is because it makes our commander untargetable. The trick is just to cast it when people can't interact with you or in response to removal. So yeah, that's important to mention. I also just cut. I actually just cut the red rock, the one that gives the haste, because giving Livaan haste is not nearly as important as like the Scry 2. I think the Scry 2 is better. And in its place, I kind of want to put Network Terminal.
Network over. I mean, Network does.
It loots very cheaply.
I think it's that same thing. Like,
are we?
Do you have Honored Heirloom?
I don't.
Or
no.
Not Honored Heirloom. The Bonder's Ornament.
No, but Bonder's Ornament's 5 mana.
I mean, the deck is either going to like have things to do or it isn't, and 5 mana is not much of a cost when you don't have shit going on.
Yeah, that's true. Lobert says, I wouldn't say nothing because of edicts, but I think your point still stands. So earlier on, and you weren't here when we mentioned this, but if you look at like the structure of this deck, Livaan is never, not never, but very rarely going to be the only thing in play because of so many token generators. The possibility is that somebody goes Pestilence, cracks it for 1, and then casts a Fleshbag Marauder. That's something that a lot of black decks will want to do, or a Crypt Rats or something. So that is true, but that is kind of why I skipped over the fact that you could just edict away, but like this stuff in here,
could just do it.
Yeah, Pestilence would do it too.
Crypt Rats,
Crypt Rats will do it, and that's stuff. Ideally what we have these for
already anyways.
Like I think Arcane Denial, Is It Charmed, Logic Not Foil, like these are for the big heavy hitting sweepers. That's kind of one way to look at them. Um,
Yep.
Mizium Skin can kind of do it in very rare instances where they tap out. Now, keep in mind that when somebody plays Pestilence, it's a 4-mana spell that takes an activated ability, and a lot of times they have limited black mana. That's a common thing. And they'll like play Pestilence with only 2 black up. So you wait for them to go, they go 1, and then like if you have some stuff that are like 2 butts that you want to protect, or let's say they have 7 mana and they have 3 black that they can tap, or they have 3 black after they cast Pestilence, and you're worried about Livaan dying, then that's where something like Mizium Skin can come in, because you can give it that extra toughness and it won't die because of that. The only problem is that then you have to kill them on your next turn, because if you don't, then they're going to untap with Pestilence because you have a creature in play. So Pestilence is, look, don't like, Pestilence should never be the thing that tells you not to play a deck, because Pestilence is simply one of the best cards in the entire fucking format, and it's like, don't play around things you can't beat. If you're going to lose to Pestilence, you're going to lose to Pestilence. Same thing with Crypt Rats. I think that's okay if that happens, but we do have that tech with Mizium Skin and those other things. CJJ
And,
says,
like,
I don't know the rule for the channel cards, CMC. What is it? Like the crab and the artifact rock? They don't count as casting. It's just an activated ability from hand. So that's kind of the answer to that. So there's
the
no
other
cast
thing is
trigger.
like this limited case, this limited use case on Mizium Skin. Like it's being played over You Come to a River or whatever right now. What is it? You
Oh,
see the guard approach?
oh,
What is
wow. You just mentioned You Come to a River too, but anyways, go ahead.
No, it's being played over that other 1 mana give a thing hexproof that has the modality on it. And
Oh, yeah, you see a
my
guard
opinion of
approach.
it is that the amount of, even though that other modal card can tap down a creature, the amount of decision points or more like intricate play that you get out of Mizium Skin, and this is like minute case, like these 2 cards are right next to each other in terms of where they're at.
Yeah.
You, or at least in my experience, I have found more use cases for overloading Mizium Skin than I have for tapping down a creature,
Huh.
and that won't always be true.
And
Um,
alternatively, in my experience, I have never once in my entire career playing Magic overloaded Mizium Skin.
that's fair. I mean,
And I play, and keep in mind that I play that card in Murmuring Mystic, where I played that card for, I've played Murmuring Mystic probably like 200 times or something crazy like that. So it is a thing we can do. I haven't had the good graces of being able to do it. Now, that's just
in
something I want to
a
respond.
token deck, I
Mhm,
think you always play Mizium Skin
mhm,
over
yeah, and it's
the
just
other one. 'Cause it's
blue
like,
decks in general.
what blocker are you tapping down anyways? Like,
Yeah.
just buff something else at instant speed. You've got so many attackers.
Yep.
There's so little. Like, you can tap down a combo piece to try and stop some combos.
Yep.
You
Yep.
can prevent yourself from losing the initiative or
You can
monarchy if
also
you
just tap
manage to
down a
take it from
blocker.
somebody else.
Yeah.
Like, yeah,
There's
like,
lots of little things. There's tech. It's nice.
and there are other cards in this deck that tap things down. This is diversity,
Yeah.
and there's a lot of really weird ways you can use that
Yeah.
overload ability.
I wanted to
It's
mention CJJ. I haven't seen you in chat before. I just wanted to thank you for being here. Thanks for coming in and joining us today. We have True Man's World saying you definitely want a critical mass of protection because your commander dies to bolt effects. Yeah, I agree. I think what we've got right here is like a pretty disciplined approach. We're not going like really heavy on counter spells. Our removal has blossomed into a lot more than where we started. Which is an interesting shift. Like something's going to have to give here, and we have 8 cards to cut. It's possible that even this Lapis thing, I know I just talked about how good that was. I'm going to cut it because we got to make cuts
I
now.
wouldn't cut the rocks. I'm looking at things like Sword Coast Serpent or maybe Fire Ice.
So maybe Sword Coast Serpent, while it's good, is just like maybe the 7 mana just isn't going to be happening that often. I like
Yeah,
the
it's a
Fire
lot.
Ice a lot. It's just so
But I think,
it's 2
yeah, cut
mana
that
for
Sword.
CMC 4 is what it is.
It's not the draw card is nice.
Yeah.
I'll give it that. Like,
Um,
they cheating at that point, it's like you could run 2 mana for CMC4, or you could run Behold the Multiverse and foretell it and get a Scry 2 draw 2 out
That's
of
a
it.
good point. Actually,
I
we
don't
don't
know.
we don't even have Behold in here. And the funny thing is, like, my feeling currently is that for an aggro deck, this is too much removal. This is too reactive. Even though there's a little bit of reach on Fire Ice, this is not enough to justify its place. And so, like, even Snapback, it's a free spell, but like,
No,
this is reactive.
It's a free spell at the cost of a spell.
Yeah, and think about what Snapback is. This is the card that says I don't die. We are the people threatening death. Okay, this is not where we're at.
I am the one who knocks.
We are the one who knocks. We are death at your doorstep. Livaan does not fucking play.
Is in there. Like, I think Snapback's gotta go. I think Fire Ice has to get cut for Behold the Multiverse, because I don't think that we have enough gas.
Yeah, Behold the Multiverse, I think, is really good for the same reasons that Dwarven Reinforcements is. I think Dead Gone stays because it's 1 mana for CMC, and both functions are very, like, playable. They're very good.
I said it once, I say it again. I like Gone. I really like Gone.
He doesn't like Dead, but he'll like Gone.
I like Dead if you're at 2 life. If you're at 2 life, I'm a big fan of Dead.
I see we have 16 artifacts. So I do have Thoughtcast. But like,
let's get that Sword Coast stripping out of there.
I did. Reload your image there.
Yeah, sorry, I'm looking at chat again.
Oh yeah, for sure. We got a bunch of chat. Holy smokes. CJJ, do flashback cards use the graveyard? You've probably already had this answered. Like Firebolt, nope, it's the CMC at the top. So Firebolt, when you flash it back, is just 1 CMC for the mana value. You get to cast the world's best Fire Blast. Ice screws over combo decks. So Ice can screw over combo decks, but so you okay, if we're talking about tapping down a permanent, actually, I don't know that it necessarily does. And the reason for that is that a lot of the combo decks are involving, like, tapping their thing. So if you tap their thing down, then they just tap it in response, and then they go off. So, like, if they have a tapping creature, like Tatiova puts the Ranger effects where you tap to put a land into play, then they just tap it and they put the Mystic Sanctuary into play. Looks like I lost you there, Noyark. Can you put your video back on?
Yeah, sorry, it just dropped. For
okay, cool. You're all good. Tapping down like a land against a Gretchen deck, you could catch them off guard where, like, they tap it, and then there's, like, I don't know. There's some very niche cases where you could, but I think the reason that we liked the Fire Ice was because it was a big pump. You could act as removal, and at the very baseline, it's draw a card for 2 mana at instant speed, and then you can fuse it for larger. So I think those are all good, but, like, it's a bit of a reactive thing to be doing, and I think this is where we're at the stage where we're cutting down to the creme de la creme, and it's not one of them. We have another one, Malcolm Kedis, T3 can't start doing their thing, for example. That's true, although Malcolm Kedis, it doesn't see as much play anymore these days because Malcolm... my
bad. My
Malcolm, what's his name? Sorry, the other pirate. He's the 3/3 menace. You draw cards off the top people's library. Breaches. Malcolm Breaches. Malcolm Breaches is largely taken over for Kedis. And the other thing is that Malcolm Kedis doesn't, like, combo that quickly. And largely, I've never seen a Malcolm Kedis go for a turn 3 kill. It's really hard to get turn 3 kills in this game. So I think the ability of a Fire Ice to deal with that is less relevant. Also, like, we have a lot of stuff
just isn't there. Right
it's not there. Yeah, like combos are killing on, like, turn 7 and 8 and stuff. That's just kind of where it's at. And we also have stuff we want to do on 2. So I don't think we're gonna, like, sit there and hold up Fire Ice. But it's an interesting thought.
My understanding was that we were running them because when you cast one side of it, it saw both sides.
Yep, that was the initial thought. Yeah, and it's flexible and all that. But Frantic Search definitely needs to be here.
It does do that.
Yeah, it does.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, that was one of the arguments I was making earlier with the Dead Gone, is that the fuse spells, you get the whole CMC of the whole thing, even if you only cast one side.
I was just double checking because
Yeah.
I thought that was the case, and something made me think it wasn't.
So here's another thing we need to look for. And True Man's World mentioned Frantic Search. So in the vein of Frantic Search, we're going to look at O colon rather. And this is what you want to do if you're looking for free spells, is you O colon rather or O colon instead. And this will give you, it'll give you a larger array of things than what you want. And so what you want to also do is O colon cost, because what it's looking for now is you may pay instead of or rather than. That's the two languages they use kind of there. So like Fire Blast, Foil, Gush. We've got Snapback, Thunderclap, Whiplash Trap, Tidal Bore. So interesting. It didn't bring up Frantic Search. Oh, because it's free. The other one you can do is O or O untap. Because
Thing
that's
about
all.
Frantic Search is it is card disadvantage,
Yeah.
and while it does fuel our delve, which is like why I'm interested in it, it's like I don't know why I'm running this card. It literally loots for free, and that's it.
Yeah,
We're not hurting that bad for things to do.
yeah, I think
Like
what
our card
we're
quality is high.
yeah, the card quality is high for one thing. Um and uh and the other thing is that yeah, card disadvantage in this format through the effects like Faithless Looting and Frantic Search have been something I've been campaigning against for quite a while now. Clay and I have oftentimes disagreed on this. The original disagreement around that was in Crackling Drake, and it's not that like he's wrong or anything like that. I think that
Interesting.
there are decks where like the looting effects are good, but like this is how I think of these effects. These looting effects are at their finest when the spells that you are pitching into the graveyard are castable. So what made Faithless Looting a broken card in Modern was the fact that you would pitch Lingering Souls and like I don't know, like what's the reanimation spell? You basically like pitch like a Faithless Looting and that into the graveyard. So Faithless Looting was insane when it was 1 mana, draw 2 cards. Okay, that's like the way to look at it. When it's 1 mana, draw 2 cards, that's really good. And then it has flashback, draw 2 more cards. So when you're
And as
playing
far as
Faithful, like we don't have enough cards to cast in the graveyard for us to do that. So what Faithless Looting is it's card disadvantage and card selection twice. And most decks just there look like there's Think Twice, there's Deep Analysis, there are some escape cards, there are retrace and flashback cards. So like in Boros, you can play the Faithless Looting because there's a lot of like really good stuff that you can cast over and over again. But like Unburial Rites, that's the one, CJJ. Thank you. But that's when Faithless Looting is good. It's not good in these blue decks because we have better things to do. We have cards that actually generate card advantage. And like Noyark said at the beginning of the stream, you cast a Preordain and there's 3 players. If that card has to be so good for it to be worth getting off of that thing, because once it's gone, you just play that card out and it's done. You're
The
much
other
better
thing
off
is
in this
like
format casting like Secrets of the Golden City and drawing 3 cards, getting closer to your the things you want to do while also generating advantage that comes throughout the game. So
you're talking about like there can be a home for Faithless Looting, like Ryan is saying.
yeah.
But you're also talking to me and Ryan, where I've been a huge proponent of just saying you play the 5 mana and 6 mana draw threes in your deck and you don't complain about them.
Yep. Yep.
Like
Yeah.
if you're in blue, you should probably just be playing. This isn't that instance because we're
No.
trying to be fast. But if
Yeah.
you're in blue and you're a slow deck in any respect, you play your 5 mana draw threes and you live with it. And
Yeah.
you look at people who cast Faithless Looting and you laugh.
Yeah. No,
Like
really, like I I think that there's so one of the things to keep in mind is that like between Clay and I's decks for Crackling Drake, his is built to go into combat. It's built to kill people in combat, whereas mine is built to control the board and to stabilize until Crackling Drake is lethal, and then we kill people with it. It's so those attitudes are different. So he's playing like Thought Scour, Mental Note. I think he is even playing Frantic Search because he's trying to fill up the yard really, really quickly. That's a different rationale than what I play. I personally prefer playing that deck as a control deck, and so in my version, it doesn't make any sense to play, Faithful Suiting. I understand why he comes at it, so that's why I refrain from saying that he's like wrong in that because it's just a different approach, and it's not my preference, but I think it's subjective. So I think there are homes for these looting cards. It's not in this deck. Because this is an aggro deck. We can't afford to throw cards into the graveyard when we're spending cards to try and tempo people down. So we got a couple of things. True Man's World saying, never mind about the CMC thing. I got mixed up. CJJ says, here's a weird card. Flame Jab on a Ona's Grace Retrace. Extra lands are gas. Una's Grace is 3 mana draw card, instant speed, retrace for 3. Yeah.
Quite like that.
That's interesting. That is one of the cards we would want to discard if we were. Not that justifies playing looting, but the ability to cast that over and over again is pretty good. But it's
However, it's like it does give you your own cognitive dissonance of just being like, do I discard this island or do I hold it for foil?
Yeah, like, that's exactly right. So here's the thing I would say about the retrace cards. Una's Grace is good, and the ceiling on it is that when you're flooding, you turn those lands into new cards, and that's really good.
It's really good in this deck specifically.
Yeah, and being able to recast it and get that trigger every time is good too. I don't think Flame Jab's interesting in the sense that you've got like an added level of reach. But I will say that a lot of the times, like I still want to like use my lands. Like I don't really like discarding lands because I want to continue to progress my game state forward to the point where like think about it like Dota or something like that. You like in Defender of the Ancients, you want to keep progressing your character so that you can do more and more powerful things later on in the game, like in League of Legends too. And it's the same here. Like I still want to like progress my board state and have enough mana to recast my commander and things like that. And so cards like Flame Jab and Ona's Grace are good when we're getting wrecked. What I mean by that is like when we've got shit top decks. Like if we just
also, sometimes you just gotta pay. You can't delve. Sometimes you just gotta pay.
They do feed delve too. That's another interesting thing. But the conditions where retrace is good is when we don't like what we've drawn. Because like okay,
no,
so
I mean like sometimes you have to pay mana.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Sometimes you just need that mana. Like you're right, you gotta play your lands.
Yeah, so I think like that's a really good point, CJJ, about those cards, and I think that there's utility there. I don't think, even though this would be a good home for it because you're casting them and you're getting that CMC reused over and over again, kind of like playing Cypher in like the Cypher cards in Murmuring Mystic, where you just like you're last breathing every turn and you keep getting more and more cards off of it. I just don't think that A, we have room for it, or B, that we want to get rid of lands. Like the other thing is we have Mind Collapse, Fire Blast, and Thunderclap in the deck, all of which consume lands. And the only reason I just don't know that actually makes the cut right now. But that's a good thought. We hadn't like covered that yet, so I appreciate you bringing it up. True Man saying pretty good philosophy there. I see your point. Yeah, thank you. And Lobert saying having to recast a commander means you want to keep making land drops. You don't want to just stop at 3 or 4 and 60 card. Absolutely. Here's another thing I want to ask about. Fire Blast is good. This card represents an instant kill in a lot of cases. Fire Blast plus any like if you have Sword Coast Sailor, Fire Blast plus Assault Strobe is a 1 mana kill somebody. It's just game over. They're dead. Which is maybe good enough, but like 2 mountains is like that hurts. I can see the Mind Collapse and the Thunderclap in particular is really good because it's instant speed, it's free. Mind Collapse is not free when it's instant speed when we want it to be free. And Fire Blast is free, but the price is higher. So there's a part of me that wants to like cut one of those 3 spells, and it's not Thunderclap.
Let's pull chat.
Yeah, chat. Is it Mind Collapse or Fire? Like, wait, but see, I know the answer to that though. Like Fire Blast is direct damage, and it is free when we need it to be.
So you think it's Mind Collapse?
Yeah, I think Mind Collapse. Yeah.
I mean, like, I like the thing about Thunderclap is I don't want to sacrifice a mountain for +2. I would sacrifice a mountain
Plus
for
three.
+4.
It's +3.
Plus, I still like. Oh, it's a lightning bolt at speed. We've got Scred, we've got Dead Gone, we've got all this other stuff. Mind Collapse is there because it's a free like overcosted spell, and the other thing is you attack and before blocks. Like we've talked about tapping down a blocker.
Yeah,
just
you're a good point.
like hit it for 4 damage and be done with it.
I guess
I think that between the two, I like Mind Collapse more because you know what? I'm not afraid to spend 4 mana to deal 4 damage.
Yeah, or 5. It's 5 damage. I mean, it's
like
5 is a really big break point. It's really good. 5 is
that's the thing is it's like the card itself is better than Thunderclap. Like it's not as mana efficient, but sometimes mana efficiency isn't what defines a card as being.
Yeah. And so here's the other thing. A True Man's World makes a good point here. And maybe I'm just like I'm looking for cards to cut and like Mind Collapse, my eyes keep like coming back to it. I'm not really sure why, but it's like every time I look at my screen, Mind Collapse is like the only card I see. True Man's World says, I think you need to think about how often you're going to drop a double strike with Fire Blast. Well, it might not be with Fire Blast, but we have a lot of spells. So yeah, maybe the way to think about with Fire Blast is like the fact that Fire Blast is just lethal isn't relevant because there's a lot of ways that there's lethal. Like if we go ahead and like cast any of our delve spells, if we cast Draconic Lore, Gush, Deep Analysis, like recast Deep Analysis with Sword Coast Sailor and then Assault Strobe, or if we go like Sea Hag or like Will of the Naga, like with Uncaged Fury, there's just a lot of ways where we just like kill the table or kill one person that don't involve Fire Blast. So like the fact that it does do that is maybe like less crucial than I might be making it out. Can we ask about the Shattered States card? I know this is like
I'm looking at
it's 5 mana, bro.
Yeah, whatever. Spend your 5 mana. Like it's just spend your mana.
Oh wait, we can buff the creature we threaten with this?
What?
Wait. Yeah, you cast dude, okay, Shattered States, you cast it, you buff up the creature you want to threaten.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. That's what I meant. I was talking about that when I said it.
Okay, I didn't. Yeah, my brain didn't process that.
It's insane. Like you spend your 5 minutes. I think. Okay, you're talking about your eye is drawn to Mind Collapse. I'm looking at Izzet Charm right now, and I hate it.
I know you hate it. We just talked about how bad looting is.
I've got to take this call, but
yeah, go ahead. I mean, so chat. We just talked about how bad looting is. And so maybe Izzet Charm is one of those things where it's like, yeah, it's modal, but maybe like all of the effects aren't actually that good. Like miscalculation, it's miscalculation, dead, and faithless looting all in the same card, which are like none of those things are things that we actually are like prioritizing right now. Interestingly enough, like Izzet Charm is like man, yeah, we really are at the creme de la creme here. So True Man's saying Fire Blast isn't good because putting yourself back 2 turns will be more likely to take out one person than never catch up. I think the reality of the deck though too, just to keep in mind, True Man, is that like in these aggro decks, we do want to take a player out. And it'll probably be the player that is either like presenting a combo or the person who's most likely to fuck us up in the long run. You know, like maybe like a deck that's really Pestilence heavy could be like a good example. So yeah, I mean maybe Fire Blast is, I don't know. Like the idea of sacking 2 lands is like heinous. That's just so painful.
No, you gotta.
I mean, Lobert says, yeah, I would not play any of those modes as their own card. They're all subpar on Izzet Charm is what Lobert is pointing out. And so like what I mentioned to chat is it's faithless looting, Miscalculation, and Dead. And the only version of those the only one of those we play is Dead. And it's because it's on Gone, not because it's Dead.
I thought dead cost 1 mana.
It is. It's only 1 mana. But like the reason we're playing that card is because of Gone, in a sense. It's because of the fact that it's 1 mana +4/+0, and it has this modal capability that's really effective. But so
It
like Izzet Charm is
Miscalc
like
in Pauper EDH, you are okay, so like the floor of this is an overcosted Faithless Looting or an overcosted Shock because you are very rarely going to catch anything with it. And
it's
there's a lot of
actually
people who will tell you that you can.
it's a bad miscalculation too because it's only non-creature spells.
There are certain formats where you play cards like this, and Pauper EDH, it's such a feels bad for like this to not function as a counter spell.
Yeah, yeah,
If
it really
you
is.
consider this a counter spell in your deck, it like
This
it's
has got
half
to
a
go,
counter
dude. This is
spell. The Izzet Charm, it's gotta go. I was also thinking about Sea Hag. Did you have that highlighted?
so I do have Sea Hag, but I was thinking actually instead of Sea Hag, it might be Distortion Strike. And
Oh yeah.
the reason for Distortion Strike, and we still have Bone Splitter in here. We got to keep that in mind too. Bone Splitter is like kind of unremarkable, isn't it? Like,
You're creating a decent amount of 1/1s. It's not that bad.
yeah, but like, is this anywhere close to like what Livaan is doing? Is Bone Splitter just going to look silly when it's like buff something for 1 and then like adding 2 damage? I know that it's really good with tokens, but I'm just thinking like, you know, as we're looking at these spells and we want them to be like higher impact, Bone Splitter is like nowhere near. Okay, so Bone Splitter is +1/+0, and then how many hits do we have to do to make it like good? Because like Tigum Strike is 12 damage, right?
That's fair.
And
I'm
like
sort of like Bone Splitter kind of does its thing without Taigam in play, and we don't
that's
have a lot that does that, but I think it should be cut. I also don't know how good Taigam Strike is. It does have rebound, which is amazing.
oh, I
But
know.
there's a part of me that's looking at this and going, yeah, we kind of do need a few more mana rocks, but I don't
Yeah,
want to.
I agree. So, Lobert, when I say +2, I mean it's +1 when you cast it. So when you cast it, Livaan gets the trigger, and then it's +2/+0. So you're right, and I'm right. It's just a manner of speech that I didn't. I shortened my communication. Man, I by the way, for those of you that are interested in YouTube live streaming, I just want to reflect a little bit of learning here right now to you all, which is that when you go and do your live stream, make sure to click ultra low latency, because I responded to you, Lobert, there, and you were like, "Oh yeah," within like a second. And there have been times when I've started my streams and I accidentally had it on normal latency, and it takes like 7 or 8 seconds for people to get your message. And that's like, I don't know, like this whole process is about our engagement and you all being able to provide things to like better the stream and to collaborate and everything. So just wanted to kind of put that as a heads up in there. Okay, so Bone Splitter comes out. I would love to have more rocks here. Maybe Living Lightning, which is also a draw spell, needs to come out. There's a part of me that thinks Serpentine Curve is just like a little too smooth brain because there's no unblockability for it. It's just like a really like Serpentine Curve is like another like bigger version of Terror in a sense. It's like making this huge threat for 4 mana, but like we could give it Whisper Silk Cloak. Serpentine Curve just gets blocked by everything, and I feel like that feels really bad. Living Lightning could go to, although Living Lightning is sweet because if we buff it up and somebody kills it, then we get to get a spell back, which we probably use to buff it with. So that's pretty sweet. Like all these creatures seem super premium. So so Noyark, I was looking at Serpentine Curve. I know this card gets really, really big, but the home that I've found, I've been playing Serpentine Curve in Tolarian or in Sailor's Bane, and it's felt really good there because I had ways to give it unblockable. But when I didn't have unblockable, this card felt really bad. It's like you've got this massive creature that swings in and they block it with their 1/2.
Hey, what does your second commander do?
It gives unblockability to your commander.
whenever is it just this creature? God,
Yeah.
it's so much worse. Why is that? I would have argued so much about that.
Oh yeah.
I would have like I know
Oh,
that
for
at the
sure.
beginning of the stream, I would have been like, this should be Feywild Visitor, and we should have less token generators.
Well, okay, so let's just can we just like let's just look at something really quick, okay? Um let's see, how do I oh, I need to do here and then allow no restrictions. So type background rarity uncommon. Why is it still doing this to me?
But the thing with Serpentine Curve is like it's not that this big body is unblockable or anything. It's that this big body blocks.
Type
This
background.
goes
Are there
this goes back to the whole like you play your 5/5s.
they're type backgrounds, right?
Yeah, that
Oh,
yeah.
only search. Okay, here. All right, good. We got it. Okay, so is there a reason if we're not attacking with Livaan, are we supposed to be playing Feywild Visitor?
Our tokens won't proc it.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Like Livaan will proc that. And like I honest to God thought Sword Coast Sailor could just give a creature unblockable.
No, none of them are that good. Chat, just keep in mind that a lot of these uncommon backgrounds are they're really bad.
I like a few of them. I like
and they give your deck a color, which is why they're good. And some of these are really good. They're still really good, but like the fact that they're dependent on your commander and that they have this weird thing about like if no opponent has more life, you would be shocked at how often that just totally fucks up your math. Like I've seen the Hardy Outlander thing get wrecked that way where they have to attack the wrong player and it like they bend your thinking in ways that isn't good a lot of times. So now that being said, this Feywild Visitor doesn't do that. Okay, so True Man's World saying, quick unrelated question. Some of my friends are starting a PDH league, which consists of mostly brews. They said to go as competitive as possible. Should I be worried about pub stomping? Okay, so first of all, the delta, I wouldn't say so. To the degree, though, I would say that the delta increasingly between Pauper Commander decks and non-Pauper Commander decks is narrow, and it's based on a couple of simple things. 75% of whether your deck is competitive in Pauper Commander is on intent. And intent is going to inform how much interaction you play. And interaction is going to be the one main defining figure in terms of your deck building decision making that is going to determine whether your deck is competitive or not if you are playing a deck that has interaction in it. So I'm not saying your deck isn't competitive if it doesn't have interaction. What I'm saying is that if your deck is a deck that could and has a competitive version of it that is, and you are choosing not to, you are going to die to combo related stuff. Okay. The combo decks in the format are powerful, but there's two things that they lose to, and that is pressure and interaction. And the interaction in this format is always going to be better than the threats. Okay, like go for the throat and cast down and like snuff out and executioner's capsule. All this shit is so much cheaper than the things that it kills. That like this format and Pauper in general, like commons only stuff, is always defined as the answers are better than the threats. Okay, so keep that, and that's really like that's even better reason to be running like Neuarch and I do, where we play like a lot of card advantage instead of like card selection. Okay, so
there's also I would like to add on to that.
Let me just finish this thought real quick. So I don't think that there's going to be a lot of like pub stomping, but that being said, like I think that the casual players will my experience with the casual players lately has been that they tend not to want to run a lot of interactions in their decks, and it's because a lot of times casual players just they like to play in a pod where everybody gets to do their thing. Okay, because that feels good. It feels good to do your thing, and so they all kind of align to say we want to do our things, and so let's play together and allow each other to do our things. In Pauper Commander, when you're playing competitively, allowing a player to do their things means they just outright win the game on the spot. So when you're playing competitively, you have to have interaction for that thing. If your deck is the kind of deck that is more reactive or is a mid-range deck. Your second question, some people get pretty pressed in EDH, but I'm assuming that cPDH won't pub storm too hard. Like, I wouldn't bring Dargo Ketis, but I'm thinking Westworld wouldn't be that bad. Look, Dargo Ketis would be fine too. That is a deck that does not really play interaction. If I were choosing an aggro deck, I would choose something that has a little bit more staying power, like Amber Soldier or Gut Inspired Leader or Gut Agent of the Iron Throne. Or if you want to play aggressively, just bring Sailor's Bane. It's an aggressive deck. And that's the aggro and deck. Sailor's Bane is like, okay, just gonna put this out there. Sailor's Bane is one of the most fucked up uncommon cards that we've ever had as a commander in this entire format. Okay, like 7/7, 2 mana, ward 4 is like insane. So if you want to play an aggro deck, like there are lots of options, but I would, if it were B, I would say play my version of Sailor's Bane. So yeah, go ahead, Noyark. What did you want to add?
I'd love to give my 2 bits about the removal thing, because you're right. The most efficient spells that we can cast, especially compared to most of the things that you're going to kill, are going to be removal spells and in some cases counter spells. But you have to remember that you're playing in a 4-player pod, and the efficiency of one card for one card is heavily factored into that. And I'm not telling you not to play removal. You have to play removal.
Yeah.
Like, one of the things that makes it, there's a few ways to be competitive in this format. You either go under everybody with really fast aggro, you go under everybody with a combo, or you go over the top of 3 people.
Yep.
And going over the top of 3 people is really, really hard. You can do it. It's why I play these big 5-mana draw 3 cards.
And Noyark is very good at this. We've got a formula that is proven that goes over the top. So,
but the thing is, your 1-for-1 removal is incredibly efficient in terms of mana value, but it's not very efficient in terms of the cardboard that exists at the table. And you should be playing 1-for-1 removal. But the best, I will beat this dead horse until I don't know,
until it's dead.
Dig a hole. But you gotta play blockers. You need to remove the things that have to be removed, and if it doesn't have to be removed and you can just block it and that deals with the threat, you block it. Because sometimes blockers block more than one thing.
I'm going to bring up a good example of this, because you and I are of the same mind here. You're actually, let me look up your Aethersworn Sphinx decks. This is a great example of this particular deck. Because this is because what it's not. Do you not have it listed?
It's unlisted.
Oh, it's unlisted.
I keep it unlisted so that the people that want to find it have to go to the videos that it's been put on to support the creators.
Oh, okay, cool. I appreciate that.
I'll send you the link.
So let me find another one, another good example of that. But the concept here is that you're producing bodies in play that are 3, 4, 5 toughness type stuff is a really good way to stay alive in the format, because it means that people can't just randomly chip in on damage against you. And there are a lot of combo decks that struggle because they just don't have good blockers. Even Gretchen, which is a really powerful combo deck, doesn't play things in play that it wants to ever block with. A lot of times they're 1/1s and they're combo cards, so you just don't block. What Gretchen does have is it has Gretchen, which is a 0/4 for 2 mana, so you can block with it kind of all day. But I'm thinking about Quasar would be a good example of this, where you just have a lot of bodies. Your Rambunctious Mutt, your Dinrova Horror, your Pneumatic Wall, your Stonehorn Dignitary. So if you are playing something that goes late that has a combo where you need to stay alive, it wouldn't be so much removal I would focus on. I would just focus on bigger bodies and do that. I think that's kind of the skinny on that solution there. So the formula that tucks into is called Big Blue. And it's where you play 34 lands, 20 mana rocks, you play all of the Archaeomancers, you play Dramatic Reversal for like a soft and a hard combo card later on, Ghostly Flicker, Peregrine Drake, that whole combo. And then inside your deck, you have like a bunch of big bodies, like you have big draw spells and you have big bodies. Like I am actually talking like hexproof stuff, like 7 mana hexproof stuff. And that is like one of the formulas you can follow for combo. And Neuarch does phenomenally well with that with the kind of that deck building pattern where you have like a lot of creatures in play to like keep you alive, because the 1-for-1 removal is at its best when it's answering a combo, but it's awful when your opponent just has like owl bears and they have like like hexproof 5/5.
Like if you 1-for-1 something that's attacking you, if it's not like presenting a lethal threat, you're in a bad spot.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, and that's exactly it. That's the Sphinx deck. So Trueman's, I know you posted the link there. Thank you for finding it. Unfortunately, YouTube Live blocks your link. So I don't know if you have me on Discord, but if you want to send it to me there, or Neuarch, if you want to send it to me, I can put it out to people.
This link.
Yeah, the link for Sphinx.
Also, sorry, I won't be leaving the stream anymore. I have
you're all good. No, I had something to talk about. You're fine. You're totally fine. You are donating your time right now, so this is awesome.
Happy to be here.
So okay, so let's get back and let's focus and let's finish this. We've got 2 cards to cut, and we might even need to cut a little bit more just so we can get maybe like 1 or 2 more rocks in. I was looking at Living Lightning.
Let me just put a button end on this Sphinx thing.
If
you want to talk to me about this, get in the Discord.
Yes.
Find me, and you can DM me about this deck, and I will talk to you about it, because I know a lot of the stuff in Aethersworn Sphinx looks weird. I have my reasons. This deck is kind of nuts.
Yeah.
Like this is one of those Todd Howard it just works moments.
Yeah.
Anyway,
absolutely. No, and that's a really good point. Like and in fact, like what I would like to mention too is just an aside. A lot of times I see people like trying to brew their own decks, and I understand that there's a real strong desire to like brew, and that's like a lot of the allure in Magic. I would highly recommend and encourage net decking. And there are so many talented deck builders who, if you've just come into this format, have already figured out like a really good thing to do, and start with that deck, play it like 10 times, figure out what's going on in the format, and then work on something. Because I can't tell you how many times somebody asks me for feedback on a deck that I've built and I've played like a lot, that I've like put a lot of thought into. And I'll say, hey, take a look at this. This is where I would start. And then they send back to me something that has all of the bad cards that I've already cut from it. And when I say bad, I'm saying specifically like I've already tried it. That card was not as good as something else that we could play. Play the deck that people send to you. It just like really
that is really subjective in this format.
Yeah, it like
your card quality is so like in this range here.
Yeah.
There's a few stinkers and there's a few really good cards, but you're looking about like all of the cards in the format are about here. And when we talk about bad cards, it's like what works for your game plan.
Yeah.
This is a really good format to learn. Like you have to figure out what are you going to do to win the game. And honestly, sometimes it takes playing the deck a few times to get that. Like this Livaan list that we're working on right now, I guarantee you we will get it to 100 cards, and Ryan and I will sit down, or Ryan will sit down with some other people and play, and afterwards he's going to go to change it. And sometimes if he's playing with me, we're going to sit here and we'll cut like 10 cards and change it entirely.
I mean, and
it happens all the time.
We've done this so many times, and you have to play the deck to do it. So if you do take Neuarch Sphinx deck, don't change anything. Play the deck exactly as it is. True Man's World, if you want to freaking like spike that tournament and just like win, like take Sphinx. You like learn the play patterns, practice it, play that deck. If you want advice, if you want to win,
It doesn't matter what zone that card is in. If
Yeah,
people kill it,
yeah,
it dies.
yeah.
It blocks. Like, that card blocks.
I strongly advise too, if you're playing in a tournament like that where the goal is to be competitive, and it's a tournament, so like I'm always going to read that as competitive. I'm not the person to ask about casual. I'll just say that because I just it's not how my brain works. But it's not what ticks my dopamine release. So play commanders that punish your opponents for killing them. Okay, so like Rilsa Rail would be another deck. Passageway Seer is another deck. Both of those, Aethersworn Sphinx, like even to a degree, like Witherbloom Apprentice, like play decks that have built-in mechanisms for punishing your opponent when they interact with your core centerpiece. Like that's a
Abdel.
Abdel is another good example, although Abdel does have the weird thing where if you kill Abdel with the ETB on the stack, you don't get the ETB trigger, which I think is almost like
He is
game.
kind of restricted.
It's like that is fine in cDH because they don't play as much removal, but in our format where you've got decks that pack a lot of interaction, like Abdel to me is not a commander I gravitate towards because of that. Like you don't get the flicker if the Abdel is killed with the trigger on the stack, similar to Rot-Tide Garganta. But yeah, if you want to spike a tournament, play commanders that are going to punish your opponents for interacting with you, and that's like a really good strategy. So, and I mentioned Rilsa Rail and Passageway Seer. The reason that is because they're initiative decks, and when you kill the initiative creature, they just recast it and they go further into the dungeon. So, don't get too hyper focused on the initiative as a player playing against it. Okay, let's finish this up. By the way, I was just realizing. So yeah, we got to cut 2 cards, and they're going to be good cards. We have to cut some good cards. Like Serpentine Curve is like kind of what I'm looking at right now. This makes
I got to give you the whole. You play your 5/5s. It doesn't matter if you block it.
You mean on that? So you think because Curve is going to be bigger than that. It's going to be this is going to
just like, so what? They block this big creature. Who cares? Maybe they'll even waste removal on it. Like, that would be cool.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, and it is a token creator that pumps, but like what's our cuts then? Like maybe synth. Like synth is good.
Lower, like, how many of these spells that create creatures do we have? Because I'm honestly like the worst of the big ones that create a creature for me. Or wait, so we've got Krankos.
Well, Ichor Mirror could go. Like
I kind of want like one of Krankos or Dragon Fodder to go. Like, we've already got Forbidden
those are
Friendship.
like the best of they're like the best ones. If we were to cut that, we would cut something like and we don't even have the 3-mana one Hordling Outburst in here.
I would run that one over one of those two.
So yeah, we need Hordling Outburst in here. I'm gonna cut Ichor Mirror. I like this card, but it is nowhere near as good as Blighted Agent. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that makes sense to me. I do not want to cut those 2-mana ones there. I could see cutting Modern Age because looting's not good. I'm going to cut that. We're going to start going.
Modern Age is so.
But double, like we talked about it, looting is not good in this deck. These are like high quality spells, right? And it's a 2/3. But
the problem is that those are you're comparing 2 1/1s to 1 2/2 flyer.
Right. Well, it's a 2/3 flyer. But the thing is that
so much better.
I will say Modern Age is one of the slowest cards on the planet. I've played it. I've tried to play it in a lot of decks in a way where I would like reuse it, and I was like abusing the value and all this stuff. And it, like, at the soonest, it attacks on turn 5. You play it on turn 2. It loots. It goes through 1. It loots again on turn 3. It comes into play on turn 4, and then it can attack on turn 5. It's very slow, very very slow. Shattered States is different because it's like, yeah. Okay, so we got one more card to cut. Maybe that card is
I still think it's Sea Hag. I do.
Yep, it's Sea Hag. Okay. Wow, we did it. This was a hard build, and this was a long stream. But I think for the folks of you who were here for a lot of it or who stuck around, what you're getting is like the people I bring on to do deck building, like I'm a competent deck builder in myself, but the people I bring onto this channel are the cream of the crop in deck building in Pauper Commander right now, hands down. The Tryhards is the place where competitive Pauper Commander is happening. It is the world's largest cPDH community. So what I hope to deliver to you with these co-hosts in particular, and this is why it's so special to have people like Noyark on, is that you are truly absorbing some of like the finest deck building, not because of me, but because of like the people I bring on, combined with me, combined with you, creates an amazing hive mind effect that is like this right here. This resource is a community resource. This is a sick deck that people will be winning tournaments with someday, you know? And so it's a long stream, and I know I know that some folks won't be able to stick around for it, but I really appreciate you sticking all around, and I think that we do our best to deliver on the promise of like, is this worth your time? Yeah, so there we are. This is 100 cards. This is Izzet Brawler. I'm really happy with where this landed. I think we have we have a very reasonable number of lands. We're not like shaving or anything like Balmore. We have a ton of redundant threats. We have a lot of really powerful card advantage spells and ways to get them back. We have a reasonable protection suite with enough interaction to like not die to combos, and we have a very proactive game plan that occasionally just like takes players out of the game because they tapped out, right? Like there's a lot to like about what's going on here, and yeah, I'm stoked, super stoked. Is there anything else we want to that you want to mention here, Noyark, before we kind of wrap things up? Anything that any last cards that we may have missed along the way, or
You know, well, I think there's a lot of like I mean, based on our cuts, it's obvious. There's a lot of things that we could play in this deck. But the main two things I want to say are like what brewing kind of feels like in this format. And I appreciate the compliment is like or that you bring people on that have deck building prowess. And like I I want to talk about that, and I want to talk about I'm not here because I'm a patron of the channel. Like
mm,
anybody who is on and
mhm,
active in the Discord could end up here who's playing.
yeah,
Like and I want to talk just a brief moment about what it means to support the content that you consume and stuff like that. But let me start with the deck building thing. Like all you really need in this format is this is kind of teaching you to play limited, right? People talk
mhm,
about how Pauper is similar to limited, or I'm not that much different than anybody else who wants to hop into this format. The only thing that you got to try is realize the fact that all of the cards that you're looking at are in that tiny little window that I'm talking about, because going fast in this format, there's three people, like you're going to get stopped. You can try all kinds of crazy things as long as what you're trying isn't like, oh, I'm gonna play this cool card because it looks like this card in another format or whatever. This is the format where you are going to play things that don't look like anything in any other
nothing.
format,
Yeah,
and they're going to kick ass.
yeah.
Like
This is a huge point. I want to just like double up on briefly. This format plays, feels, and is built completely different from any other constructed format. It's different than Pauper. Like this card pool is the same, but the cards are completely different. And the
you
wide
got
array of
three
like,
people.
I
Yeah,
mean, like Ojutai summons in this deck is insane, but you would never ever play this in Pauper.
it's hot tech. That's what it is.
And you would play like Brainstorm, Ponder, and Preordain in 60 card, but you would never play. Well, sorry, I don't frequently put those cards in my deck.
I would recommend that you have to be in a very special position to be playing cantrips in this
Yeah,
format.
yeah, I agree. There's a very you gotta yeah. It's yeah. It depends on what you're trying to do. But Yeah, sorry. Continue with your thought there, Noyark.
No, it's like it's all good. Like for if I could button end the cantrips, it's like your card selection against 3 people is so inconsequential. The amount of cardboard you're holding in your hand is always going to be more important.
Yep, yep.
Um,
It's the
Draw more
classic,
cards.
classic, iconic Magic thing is like he who draws them, or sorry, you who draw the most cards are likely to win the game. You
If you
increase your
have more
chance of
mana
victory.
and more cards than your opponent, and you manage to lose the game, I'm really sorry. That's really unlucky.
Yeah,
Like,
no, it's like it's true, and you've proved this over and over and over again. Like on Islane's channel, for example, where you've played like these big blue decks, tons of resources, tons of cards. Like doesn't matter if you're getting 3v1'd. I mean, you even you did it with the Gnarlback Rhino deck too, right? Tons of mana, tons of cards. Like draw more cards, and you're going to win more games. So I'm not saying don't play cantrips. Like they're definitely worth, but like you,
the card slot just usually
yeah,
belongs to a card draw
yeah.
spell.
And this is a big evolution. I mean, this is and there's going to be there's a lot of holdovers from the pure combo meta that does not exist anymore. So keep that in mind when somebody shares lists with you that if it's like heavy on those cantrips, just take it with a grain of salt. There's like some really powerful card advantage spells you could play in that slot, like Secrets of the Golden City and Thoughtcast, and Deep Analysis, and like that are just going to be better. So
If you come into this format thinking it's gonna look like cEDH, it won't.
it's
The
nothing
way
like
that
it.
you
Yeah,
play and the level of Magic knowledge that you have coming in from cEDH is going to make you a better player at this format.
yeah,
But your deck is going to look different, and the way that you play is going to look different because the card pool fundamentally changes the way that people play the game. It's unlike any other format in that way. Like I said, you Owlbear in green you play Owlbear.
yeah,
In like there's all of these the staples of the format to me are creatures that have large power, large toughness that say don't attack me, and if they draw a card, that's even better. Like that is fundamentally what this format is about to me. Is it's that card advantage, like Ryan was saying.
yeah.
But you like it won't take long if you want to play this format. Play games, and it won't take long until you are brewing like Galaxy Brain,
Yeah,
like
yeah.
doing really crazy and weird
And
stuff.
and
Because
and
that
I want
that
to
does
point
happen.
out too, there are not enough Pauper Commander players right now to build and play all the good Commander combinations there are out there. Because I'm on the selection committee for the deck database, the cPDH deck database, I can tell you that I have a most wanted list that is 30 long of commanders that I know for a fact are good and powerful and you could win tournaments with when this format becomes more widely played, which it will. I'm regularly interacting with members of the Commander Advisory Committee about this format. Even just today, I was like, there's a lot of attention coming to this format because it's so cheap. Eternal deck for $30 to $100. You
Oh,
just
it's brilliant.
you can't beat it, and it's getting attention for the right reasons. So like so play the format. Don't just be a brewer like building theoretical stuff. Like come and play. Like the Tryhards Discord, we are regularly getting games in. It's a great
And
place to
it's
do it.
free.
It's free.
It's
Yeah, that's the other thing. Look at this.
free.
I'm just like playing.
You want help setting it up? Like it's not hard.
Look at like
We
yeah,
can
no,
we
like
can help you.
anyone in the channel can help you do it. Like look at this. I didn't have to buy the serpentine curve, but I can sure as hell play it. Look at that. I can get a fractal token. I can make it big. Look how big it is.
And
Like
so, I mean, I
tapping.
got to talk about the brewing aspect, and like, yes, you should be enticed by this format. It's very cool, and yeah, between Ryan and I think we have somewhere of around 150 to 200 deck lists, and brewing just like in this format, if you have the wherewithal to sit looking through Scryfall, you've got what it takes to brew in this format
Yeah.
because you just gotta. There are a lot of cards you don't know about, and you will learn and they will be awesome. Like there's my standout card that I learned about that I keep making people put in decks that I learned from playing this format is Coal Hauler Swine. It's a 6 mana 4/4. And you know what? That's some homework. Go figure out what that card does. Let's not tell them.
Indeed.
Coal
Indeed.
Hauler Swine. I will put it in the chat. But I wanted to talk about what it means to support the content that you consume and the content creators that you love. Because I am a patron of this content, but that's not why I'm here on stream. Um, there are things that you get access to based on the development of the Patreon and the tiers that uh, people like Clay and Ryan are willing to offer you for supporting them, and they put time and effort into those things. But that's like, you shouldn't view Patreon tiers or the level of support that you're willing to put into the channel as something that you are gaining back from it. It's the same way that you would pay for Netflix or any of these other things that produce content you love. And sure, companies like Netflix have so many more resources to make use of the things, to give you more options, but that's not the point. The point is like $1, $2. It's the very small amount. If everybody is donating, and Ryan talked about this, to a community that you support and want to be a part of, especially because we all play on here for free, then that makes a huge difference to the people who are running the community and the way that they are able to add into what they can give back to you. And there are Patreon tiers to incentivize you, but your incentive, like, we should just give a little bit to the content that we like and to be a part of something greater than the whole. And I mean, like, it's not, it's not a huge scuff off your wallet to donate $1, to donate $2 per month to somebody like this. And sometimes that can be a big deal for some people.
Hmm.
But the people, like Ryan, who are doing this thing, Ryan is doing this basically full time right now. And that's, this is his job.
Yeah,
And if you
I'm.
sat here for uh the length of this stream, or 30 minutes of this stream, or whatever, and paid $1, that is, as a community, like, you are paying him a wage that is less than the standard for our country. And if more people did it, he would be making a wage that is above standard for the country. And
Someday
that's it.
we're trying to build
That's
something
all you have
here.
to, like, that's all you need to know about what it comes to supporting the content you love. It's important because you love the content.
We're and I really appreciate that. I mean, it's like I'm in the rare, cursed and blessed position of being otherwise unemployed. Where I live is not a lot of work, so I have a lot of time to dedicate towards this right now. So what I'm trying to do is build out a shell here that allows for this community to grow. I built a community here in Bellingham, built around Pauper 60 card, and like for 7 years we were running the largest Magic the Gathering events anywhere in town. We were running 40-person Pauper events every Monday, and like 15 to 20-person Pauper Commander events and leagues and tournaments and things of that nature, on those weeks as well. So two separate events a week. And so I have a lot of experience with this like community building type stuff. And I really want to do that here digitally, because that's one place where in the long run, I might actually be able to like make a really big difference here in like the Magic world, bringing this format that is so accessible and so fun and so interesting and new and dynamic and constantly being refreshed with all the new cards that come in, that Clay and I really feel like we can make a difference for the community by creating this try hard space, by enabling other content creators with what we learned. It turns out like we are among some of the first people. We're kind of in that first like 5% of people, maybe, maybe less, who are using YouTube Live right now for this kind of a thing. A lot of people are on Twitch, and so we have this like wealth of experience we're building that we can pass on to people. So if you see a mission in that, if you enjoy the content that we have and you want to see more of it, yeah, consider supporting us. And we do have a patron right now. Yeah, here's Noyark's got the try hard shirt. We're gonna have more swag coming. I'll tell you, for those of you who are still here, the we have a lot of really cool projects that are on the way. One of them is I'm going to be working with designers to create a really premium initiative token. Iconic to me in a sense, because initiative is my favorite mechanic ever made in Magic, hands down. And something akin to like a play board. We're going to have playing mats. There's a lot of really cool products coming. And then also, if you just feel like supporting the content, we do have a Patreon, and Clay and I this weekend are going to be revitalizing that with a whole new slew of options here. I have in front of me here a notes sheet. Look at how long that is. This is part of what we plan to deliver to people who are willing to support what we do. We're going to have a $1 level where people, can join our server and support what we're up to. It is a lot of notes, Fly. It's a lot of value. I mean, I'm going to be doing private coaching with people. I'm going to be doing like donation deck leagues and things like that, where somebody donates a deck to me for me to play. They can be in on a call with me. I can be in a call with you while you're playing a deck where nobody can hear me talk but you. And then you can ask me questions when you need to, get my opinion on how to play a particular thing. There's going to be unique badges and emotes, more of them coming. I've already been adding them in a little drip feed. We have the pinging will continue until morale improves. That we've added.
I love that badge, by the way.
Yeah, this one was so good. And so I'm making more of this custom stuff for us, so that we can just continue to enrich this community. Also, once we hit 500 members on Discord has a new membership feature that allows us as the content creator and as the community owner to keep more of the profits, because YouTube is going to end up taking 30% of what people donate to us as a fee for essentially like providing this amazing space for us. But Discord is only going to take 10%. So when we go in, it'll be much more direct to us. But yeah, like all these things are coming on top of the fact that I'm directly communicating with some really massive content creators out there. And we're going to be doing so many collaborations in the next 3 months. I am booked out a month of content. Okay. So keep an eye on the channel. Go in there and hit the notify me on that upcoming live thing. If you go on the channel and you see upcoming live streams, that's our calendar. That's where you can see everything that's coming up. Hit that notify me button to get the little heads up about stuff that's coming. So
yeah, the other day I got an explosion of notifications from this channel specifically about all the stuff Ryan was going to do, and I'm like, sweet.
Yeah, I'm
looking forward to it.
I'm hustling like a motherfucker. I've actually got a new series coming out called Pauper Commander Primers, and it's all going to be basically like these brief, very information dense visual videos that you will be able to basically like download like the strategy, the thought process behind the cards of a given deck that I've been really involved in building. So I've got like Witherbloom coming up. Witherbloom is like it's one of the more famous like Pauper Commander decks in the whole format. It has like, I think the second most views of any deck out there. It's like 7,000 people have viewed it or something. And so I'm going to be like creating a video that explains the thought process, the strategy briefly. And then in the future, I'm going to be writing longer form articles that talk about the nuances of card choice and strategy. So just like Noyark said, there's like there's like the value side of it of what we actually deliver, but then there's also the element of just supporting your community. And we're going to give you lots of ways to do that here by the beginning of next week. So without further ado,
wait, do
you have one more? Do you have one more thing?
This is the cPDH community.
Yes.
Like, there are other places where you can play Pauper Commander. When it comes to being a part of a community that has games firing all the time, and people looking to play and looking to talk and progress this format, I lucked out to be here because this is where people play it and this is where people talk about it. And as far as Ryan is talking about like communicating with EDH committee members and stuff like that, this is where the future of this format is happening. It's happening right here and now. And I joined about 6 months ago, and I've watched the server nearly double in size since then.
It's been ludicrous, dude. You've been there during the time when this server has gone from like a quiet place where occasionally we get games in to a place that has recorded and tabulated the data for over 260. No, it's probably more now. Last time I looked, it was like 260 games over the last year. Is actively interviewing all of the members of the Pauper Rules Committee and has enticed those people to come out and speak out and show their faces. is producing deck techs, gameplay videos, interviews with winning, tournament players, and is increasingly going to begin enticing other content producers. Like we've got your Dead Next Turn. I'm going to be playing with them soon. There's Bolted Bird on Twitter, very active female content producer who's going to be coming on the show with a friend of hers soon. We've got so much coming up, and this is where it's happening.
Islane puts out
Islane, yep,
videos,
that's right.
hop over there.
And
And
increasingly,
the main
this
thing
is the
I
hub
joined
too,
in the
right?
middle of this, right? Like there were people here before me, but I came in at just the right time, and the community is just exploding right now. And a lot of it is thanks to what Ryan is doing. And like, yeah, I have started talking about this and I started sharing these videos around, and now there are people who are like in my town starting to play this format, and it's so cool because it means I'm gonna have to spend money on real cardboard.
Yeah, right. I mean, this is a good problem to have. But like, and also, if any of you in chat ever want any guidance on how to build your own community locally, I can assure you it is the thing I do best. If you want insight on how to build your own local community and a digital community, hit me up, and I'm happy to talk with you about it. It's something I have intimate experience with, both in like how to build the foundations and how to maintain it, even through the really hard stuff, like when people are acting out and people are being difficult, and that conflict resolution, creating the structure, leadership program type stuff. I'm happy to help with that, because the one thing that I care about most is making sure that Magic is accessible, it's inclusive, it's welcoming, and that anybody can come and play. So yeah.
Should we talk about like kind of what we do in the community, right? Like there's nobody, we police the idea that somebody says that a card is bad, like or that you
Yes.
shouldn't play this or
Yeah,
that.
yeah. And I
Like you
want
should
to,
be, you need to have a discussion and you need to
yes.
have reasons. There, like you can't just say this is bad, play this. You should say, well, in the deck that you were considering playing, right?
Yeah.
Like you've
Yeah.
got this as an option, but it seems that your game plan, or given the current meta or reason here, that you should consider playing this card for reasons X, Y, and Z. And
Yes.
those reasons are important on either
Yeah.
side of the discussion. You can't just tell somebody that a card is bad because this format is unique.
Yeah,
You need to
and
give
further, like,
people things to think about.
furthermore, this is a great little like segue thing, to briefly touch on. Like, Magic is afflicted by like know-it-all Magic players, and it comes from a need like that people have to like be in control and to know things and feel valuable because you know things. And I think that like what we're really trying to do too, and this is like a bit of the Trojan horse of what we're trying to accomplish, Clay and I, is to get us away from the like less positive, less constructive, less engaging, and less helpful elements of the Magic community. And regularly, I'm in stream where somebody asks about a card, and the streamer will respond back with, "That's an unplayable Magic card in this format." And while they might be right, they often will like scoff at it, and they'll sort of like kind of act like you're stupid for asking about a card. And if you think about what that means for the person asking, if they're in chat, they may never come back to your stream if you shame them publicly in front of everybody. If you do something like that, and so or if they do something like that to people, I don't mean you guys, because you guys are listening to me right now. But
Spike is a really good example of somebody
yeah,
who at least gives a reason for their opinion.
he does, yeah. Although he even, sometimes Aspiring Spike can be very dismissive too. I like his content, but like, sometimes he gets exasperated and won't like take the moment to like calm down and be like, look, like,
it's almost like he's said it a million times.
Yeah, he said it a million times, and so he gets tired with it. But like, this is something we're trying to work on, and we're actually bringing on a full-on moderator team into the tryhards to try and encourage and cultivate a community vibe that is supportive, inclusive, and welcoming, so that everybody feels like they can grow and learn in this format. Noyark is likely to become one of our not one of our first mods. We've had mods before, but basically to kind of help cultivate that, because communities rot without active cultivation, just like a garden. So, okay, with that, I think we're going to wrap things up for tonight. connoisseurs of fine common cardboard, I so appreciate your time and attention. Thank you, everyone who liked the content. And if you haven't already, make sure to go and do that. If you want to get notifications on more stuff that we're doing, go subscribe, and then go into that upcoming video section and hit notify on all the videos you want to see, and make sure to check back in to see more of it. If you aren't part of the Discord already, go into the description below and click that link and join up and come and hang with us in Discord. We've got a great community. With that, yeah, come say hi for sure. And with that, Noyark, thank you so much for being here. Appreciate everything you've said and done and all the feedback and advice. And we'll catch you all on the flip side. Peace.